I almost lost my thing. I don't know where the button to turn off. What's it called? Oh wait, I need to make sure my wait. Oop. I clicked on my Twitch tab. I had to mute it. Usually I start out and it's perfectly muted, but not today. But yeah, I'm not finding where the low power mode is on my iPad. It's kind of just stuck in low power mode. I'm like, just gonna have to make sure to keep tapping it so it doesn't go to sleep. But let me make sure I get my Chatterinos. Last time I checked, my Chatterino wasn't even working now, so I might be out of luck. Yeah, that kind of sucks because I like using Chatterino. It's kind of funny that everything for Twitch, like the extensions and Chatterino, they all just seem to break, which is kind of a bummer. Okay, I don't feel like, yeah, this isn't like too organized, but it's terrible. I think we need these 2 layers. We don't need this. We don't need. Never mind. Hang on. That was a big group. We need this. And we need this. Hello, Shelb. I think that's everything we need. All my sketches for the batfish are right there. But I'm going to do some more sketches. Because we need a good sketch to make the postcard print. I'm pretty behind for this month's Patreon award. So we're gonna try our best. I definitely just got super behind with the felted commissions. Yeah, because I streamed it. That definitely made them take twice as long as usual, I think. I'm doing pretty good. How's your day going, Chubb? I am definitely loving the weather. It's been in the 70s today, like low, barely 70s Fahrenheit. Sometimes I forget to specify. But yeah, I mean honestly it's been kind of a slow start today. But that's okay. We making it. But yeah, I'm doing a weekend stream. We got a couple things. I think I will try to stream on Wednesday again this week, right? I have my not figure skating. It's just regular ice skating classes, but I want to do figure skating, so I'm like jumping ahead of myself here. I need to learn how to skate good first. Then we'll see. But yeah, my skating lessons are on Wednesdays, and it's kind of smack dab in the middle of Wednesday, and so I'm like, maybe I could stream before, or maybe I could stream after. I'm kind of thinking after. The lessons are only 30 minutes long. And I mean, it is kind of like a 30-minute drive to get there, so I'll probably be back by 4. And I'm like, sometimes I don't stream until 4. I could go like 4 to 8, or maybe 4 to 7, and that would be a decent stream. You have a busy day today. You have to get through all of the pre-interview. Ooh, wow. Okay, wait for your interview with Apple on Monday, and then you'll be going to see your family later. Wow. Wait, so are pre-interview documents like you have to fill them out, or just like things you need to read through? Dude, my music's gonna be intense today. We got the Made in Abyss music, but it's so good. My webcam honestly is not at the best angle here, but it's an angle. You can see my hands. That's a little something something. But yeah, I hope it's not too terrible going through those paperworks. Maybe we can do some co-working as long as it's not distracting, you know? We're gonna get an ad in 4 seconds. But I think you have a badge right now, so I think you're chilling. Right? I don't know. Did you get a gift sub? From all those gift subs? Okay, gotta read through it. Well, yeah, no worries if you just want to be lurking. Feel free to ignore my questions. I really don't mind. I gotta get the sketch in here. I don't know. I feel like I need references. I'm like not even. No, I'm just gonna start drawing circles and see what happens. But I think I really like this face shape, and then I need to figure out the body more because like I don't know whatever I don't know what that is. I don't really know what's going on with that. I'm gonna like just duplicate mulling that. I'm gonna do my best to keep it kind of loose and like get some nice shapes in here. Also, I thought I got more people in here now that we have an ad break already, and I'm like, should we have done the color game? I think it's usually we got the same couple peeps who like to do the color game. But if you guys are stuck in an ad and you can hear me now, let me know. If anybody requests the color game, I'll do it. But I think it's maybe kind of silly to do it at the start of the stream. Okay. I'm gonna warm up with drawing this at another angle. I really want to put more energy into my Patreon because I had a lot of free members join. I think to like respond to my poll post, it like automatically made you join. And I'm like, ooh, okay. I don't have very much free stuff on there. And I don't do very good posts of like telling you what you're gonna get in the month. I fail so bad at that. And I would really love to share more of the world building because Derek has been doing world building, I think he said since like middle school in this world. And then here I am, I join in. I'm like, let me put some creatures in it. Let me give you some creatures in there. We're gonna do it. And yeah, I feel like I haven't shared much about it. I feel like I should put his map in there. He spent a lot of time tuning his map over the years. And I think he's got pretty cool ideas, and it'll be fun to like be able to picture it better. I would love to keep doing just more and more things that make it feel more immersive. I want to do animations. And I think it would be so fun. I don't know, maybe I should experiment in sound design so I can like try to make what the creatures would sound like. I feel like you don't need to know. I don't know. This might be my my knowing nothing opinion, but I'm like, I feel like you could I feel like I could wing it pretty easy, right? Like smush together existing sounds. Like I just see other people do it and I'm like, it seems fun to play with. And I feel like my brother could help me give me the introductory like things to look at. But if you need a recap on this creature, I feel like maybe I could use a recap. I think I have a note card in here. Wait, oh my gosh, do you want to see my washi tapes? Great. Ooh, I got it. Here's our note card from when we did the game. Patty chewed the corner a little bit because I tried to keep him from chewing my monitor stand. You can see, these are his notches up here. He's got him, he's got him. But yes, alright, recap of this creature. It lives in a lagoon or cove, warm and dry climate, partially or fully submerged. I think these four that I'm saying now are more so the environment and less so the creature. But I kind of took the partially or fully submerged to mean like the creature itself is partially submerged. So we have him, he lays at the top of the water. What is that even called? I'm like thinking water seam. The surface? That's probably all it is. The water surface. And one of his main features is that he's got prominent ears. Oh wait, no, it says iconic ears. It's iconic. A flyer or glider, strange gills or lungs. So I didn't go too crazy with the strange gills or lungs. I feel like this creature has so many distinct features that it's almost like, it's kind of nice to just let the really unique ones, have their moment. So I'm thinking the main thing to emphasize here is the ears, and that kind of tied into the rest of the features. He's got this little bulbous bit, which I'm counting as his second set of ears. So, like, sitting at the water surface, right? I wrote it out. Land ears, water ears. They're like little beluga squishies, but they're on the cheeks. Good spatial awareness. Finn's being crazy. Yeah, I feel like a lot has happened since I last streamed. I had those 3 streams in a row, and now we're back to a weekend stream. I did my ice skating on Wednesday, and so that kind of messed up my routine. I've heard it's good to be consistent with your schedule so people know what to expect you, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. I'm not quite at that yet. I mean, I've been really consistent with Wednesdays for the most part, but now I've got ice skating that, so I'm like, maybe I'm a Friday, Tuesday? I could commit to those, maybe. It's potential. But sometimes, like today, I'm like, nobody's home, so I'm like, well, it feels like a good time to stream. Just me, myself, and I. Because Derek's out camping. Although I kind of count Derek as like nobody's home because he pops into the stream. Okay, I kind of like the ear shape from this angle. I kind of, I'm forgetting what this part of the ear is called. But I remember Honeybee told me in that last stream. I might have to go back and revisit. I'm gonna need to pull up some reference of like bat ears. Because bats, they just got the coolest of ears. And then I do need to like really find more inspiration for the body because it's kind of just flaps. I don't know too much what's happening with the anatomy in there. Maybe let's find some like pose inspirations on Pinterest. I'm gonna try to be really awesome at streaming, and I'll stream my Pinterest that we can browse. Let me see if this works fine, because, like, I don't know if this is gonna mess us up. Wrong. Pinterest? Where my Pinterest? It's not popping up. Oh, anyway, I lied. Dude, this tab is so messed up, I can't get to the bottom of it to click accept. I don't know why my window's gotta be so bugged. Okay. Here's our Pinterest window. You're like a little square. Let's start. I'm gonna get us browsing and then I'll fix the window. We need. Dude, wait, my iPad. Don't get lost. Okay. bat ears. Let's start with bat ears. And we can build a, wait, this is probably a good one too. It searches through my pins first. Here. This will be decent. Let me get pure ref up. You? Winging it. Beautiful. Okay, this is a pin I saved before. And I'm like, maybe we could use this because he seems kind of like, I think he's called a bat-eared fox. Look at how derpy that one is. Dude, I want to draw binturongs. You guys know the binturong? That's him. I gotta go back though. So I don't get distracted. It's crazy how derpy this guy is. Let's definitely reference these ears. I think these are kind of along the lines of what I had, but fuzzier. I don't think I'm gonna go fuzzy because he's this partially submerged dude. The fuzzy doesn't quite make sense. Oh my gosh. Oh shoot. I keep clicking on pins that are just ads, and I'm like, I wanted to look at this. It makes sense because it was unrelated. But there was this one photographer that did so many photos of bats. They were like really high quality. And it is just really interesting how different every single type of bat is. Like their noses and their ears have like a lot of variety and like strange shapes. And so maybe before I just like solidify this sketch as the design, we can play around with the exact ear shapes and find something that feels aquatic. I forget, this was supposed to be a bird or a fish. So we kind of have a beak. The weird thing is that, like, fish and birds don't have ears. Like, not prominent ears, I'll say. The only one I would say is an owl, horned owl, and those aren't actually ears. So, I don't know. I usually kind of stick to categories when I make a creature, like a mammal. So, between a bird or a fish and then it having ears is a little bit like a lot of everything. I think this is the photographer I was thinking of. Her chan. Oh, oops. I'm covered up your chats, Tio. This one is a fox, yeah. Hello, my name's the fox. What I was talking about a second ago is the creature I'm designing, so I'm getting some references. The creature, I've got the working title of calling it a four-eared batfish. I just sketched that. We've got my earlier concepts. We played a game called Exquisite Biome. Here, I'll pull it up in the webcam. Beautiful. And we're going to play this again for sure. Maybe next week because I need to make another creature for the next month. I got a sketch. Yeah. Wait, do you like to make... You've heard of it? No way. Wait, so if you want to play, we can do this. It's got to be next week though because I need to finish this creature. But I made it using this game. So here's all of the prompts that we got. First was the environment, lagoon or cove, warm and dry, partially or fully submerged, early morning. I think that was part of the environment. I didn't separate it out on my note, but yeah, you just use a deck of cards. It gets the prompts for you. And so I kind of, since it's warm and dry, I didn't quite make it a lagoon. It ended up being more of like oasis kind of vibes. And yeah, and because I think another prompt that we got from it is endemic, which if you don't know is means that they are only native to that one area. Maybe we should look up the actual definition so that so I can give you a good one. Okay, because I feel like I didn't explain it good. But that's my understanding of it, right? They're not found anywhere else. And so that's why I was thinking an oasis, because like I thought about the pupfish, and those are fish that live in the desert and just like little pools of water, and they're little fish. They can't go anywhere. So that's why they're stuck there. So that's the way I kind of conceptualized this. But I wanted to find some references for their ears, because the main thing is having iconic ears. That prompt I want to emphasize and play around with the shapes, because like I think these actually look like maybe the same kind of bat. But I do think bats are really cool, and like, oh, look at him. He's got some crazy face. Okay, some of them are like kind of crazy goblins. I feel like you could design a really cool goblin based off of a bat, because look at his face. Kind of nasty. I will say he's not that cute. He's not that cute. He's a little nasty. Um, yeah, I mean, bats are super cool. Like, he's got a pointy nose. He's kind of making a nasty face, too. Wait, look at, look at him compared to this one. Sticking out his tongue. Why has he got his chubby cheek? Oh my gosh. I mainly want to look at the ears, though. Actually, I mean, this dude does have cool ears. Let's take him. He looks greater horseshoe bat. I don't know. Maybe they just start to look so funky because they exist where it's dark out. So they're not looking at each other. They're not finding a mate based on appearances. I'm guessing. Whoa! What is that real? I get scared on Pinterest that I'm gonna start getting AI bats if I'm not familiar with them. But he looks crazy. I kind of like his face thing. I always wanted to do a bat inspired creature um because they develop all these weird things. Like I feel like you could make like a mushroom bat creature. You're in nose leaves. Yeah. You like their more puppy looking bats? Yes, definitely. Definitely, definitely. I mean, this guy looks cool. I've never seen that. Oh, he looks tiny. Yeah. Itty bitty. But yeah, do you like to do any creature design? I didn't. My Chatterito's not working, so I have to pull up the stream to see if it was. Were you in here before? I can't remember. I'm sorry if you've been here. Oh, wait, this one's a nice, cute, round one. I kind of like his body shape. Maybe we could use that. So I want to do like kind of bat, kind of like ray or like a skate shaped body. Um, look at him. Wait, I'm gonna copy it. Wait, the tail shape is kind of fun on this. I'm gonna zoom in over here so you can see him better. Oh, he's screaming. Okay, the wing is really cool though. I feel like we could definitely take inspiration from this guy. Guy. We sometimes think of creature design. Yeah, that would be really fun if you want to try the game. We had Honeybee likes to hang out here a lot, and Honeybee did a creature design to these same prompts, and so it's a lot of fun to see like the different things we come up with. Wait, is this real? Because that looks cool. It's so easy to get distracted on Pinterest. Alright, I'm gonna save that. I think it is real because this photo angle just looks weird, but I think it's like this. I like it. I like it. I really like this pose, dude. This is just making me want to make another creature. Another moth-inspired creature. Easy. Easy peasy we could do that because the colors in this are crazy. Okay, I went way too far from that here. Reverse it. I kind of like the idea of making him orange. We'll have to play around with some colors today too. Like a little orange guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not know that would do that. That was really jarring. Why did they give him this music? I just wanted to look at him wiggle. Very nice. Well done, Shub. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. I kind of love how tiny bats get. Oops. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Alright, let's think. I'm actually, what I wanted to do here was look at, like, see if we could find something more like a manta ray or something for the body shape inspiration, because honestly, that's more where I'm stumped, but I do want to play around with the ear shape. Here, we could start with the ornate eagle ray. Wait, this is kind of a good reference for shapes we could do. Alright, let me, turn off my Chrome really quick and switch the music. Oh wait, my music. Where is my music? Oh, dude, I have Chrome and Opera open. My memory is probably not good right now. Let's switch to like Nintendo music. Okay, is this really quiet for you? It's quiet for me. I need like 10 monitors. Okay, I think I made it not terribly loud. I could turn it down a smidge, I think. Just judging off the bar. I just feel like I needed to go upbeat. Okay, honestly, bats are a good inspiration for the body shape too, because like I never thought of a bat having this little weird booty shape. Like I think his tail comes down here, and then he's got little wiggles. I kind of like a weird booty. I mean, this one's got a weird booty too. You definitely need a weird booty. Okay, I'm ready to sketch it. Let me just fix my tabs again so I can see what the heck's going on. Yeah, moth caterpillars definitely look crazy. But it's flat. Yeah, it's gonna have a funky flat booty for sure. Maybe I'll try to start with oh wait, oh my god. I'm getting so confused with my tabs because I have like the stream pulled up and then my just like Streamlabs and then I have the Puref over top and I'm like trying to drag three different Purefs. I'm just stumped because Chatterino's not working. I don't know if you guys use Chatterino and know what's wrong with my Chatterino, but I was kind of relying on Chatterino for my chat, and now I'm like, okay, I pull up my own stream so I can chat in it. I don't know. Everything's still scuffed. I need to figure out how to do better. Oh, you only use chat. No worries. No worries. But yeah, I do think I could learn more on how to have a good stream setup. You know what we need? Let's use the symmetry tool. Symmetry. Okay, wait. We'll sketch down here. So we need to give him a little coconut. Start the coconut up here. And kind of elongated nose shape. We've got kind of like a beak. The way I think about its beak is more like a sea turtle beak. And then we have the ears, layered ears. This music is like kind of nice and peaceful. I've just been having a sleepy day today though, so I'm like, do we need sleepy music? I don't know if we need sleepy music. Alright, we got his coconut, which I really feel like I shouldn't have detailed his coconut before doing the body shape. I really am bad about um, like not keeping things loose and detailing too much. I just love doing the details that I skip ahead all the time. I struggle. I need to like do some gesture drawing. I don't know if you guys would want to practice that, but if anybody wants to, maybe we could do a gesture drawing stream sometime. And because I bought this tool, this program to do gesture drawing. When I wanted to do like splash art. And so I was drawing like people in different poses and using that. And well, you can't see his booty. Hang on. Full screen kind of reference board because you can't really see it. You could just see a little bit, you know. We'll definitely get some lunch. Okay, that was distracting. I forget what I was saying. The booty distracted me. But he's gonna have a little tail. Oh yeah, gesture drawing. I did gesture drawing. I have this app so you can like set a folder of photos and then it'll automatically like do the timing. You can have it increase like you can start out with like 15 seconds and then go up to a minute or a couple, because usually it's better to start quicker to keep your hand loose and gestural, and then you can get more time to practice with the details after you're kind of already in the habit and workflow of sketching pretty loosely. Okay, I don't think I like this booty shape yet though. Like I like the I don't know, it feels like it doesn't really go with the head. We could give him like a little bit pointier of a thing. I don't know. I think this creature's gonna really stump me on what we do for the anatomy. That like to do it well, I might need to do some studies because like he's not supposed to be a mammal, so I definitely should think about it more like a ray, which has like I don't know how fins in fishes work honestly. Like they have some like bone cartilage. I mean, they're mostly cartilage. But sometimes that's what's fun about fish is it's like they can have a bunch of fins and unique shape. Okay, this is kind of a funny playlist. I didn't realize there was like mashups in it. Let's replicate the shape of that tail. But it would be kind of nice if, like, not exactly it mirrors the shape of the head, but like some of the same shape. Like, I don't know, if you got like similar shapes at the bottom as at the top, I feel like that would work really well. I think that these fin parts would overlap here. So we've got this whole shape goes above, like that. Starting to feel a little ornate. Longer, like wider fin. Because perchance he does. Ooh, wait, I kind of like that. Go upward. I don't know. This is why I'm so comfortable in Procreate because I love the liquefy tool. It's like really fun to play around with the shapes in here. Might be going too far though. But, you know, so like Clip Studio is the other one that I play with, and I think I went too far because I like that this is more of a triangle. But I think what we could do is like keep that and push it out. But anyway, with Clip Studio, you know, the tools just feel different. I think it takes some tweaking, and like, you know, getting the right keyboard shortcut set up because I find the like default keyboard shortcuts are kind of tough in Clip Studio because like B for brush cycles through 3 different brushes. And I think that's like something that could be easily turned off in the settings, but it's like since it's not default, I never did it. I never went through the effort to change that. I do like this shape, but maybe instead of like triangle that way, we down turn. Ooh. Wait, now it's feeling like a moth. Maybe that's why it feels more natural. What was the shape of the ray? I guess they're kind of similar. That backwards angle is like it must be more aerodynamic. It's gotta be. And then keeping a triangular head, that seems consistent with rays. And I want to have like this nose stay wider. Hang on, it's not quite right. I like the edge to the face. I think I do. I think we need to like fan this back out. Fan out the booty. It'll be better. It'll be better for sure. I think these shapes are like all too medium sized within the tail that I want to make like a smaller little notch. You know, maybe like this little booty tail bit emulates, or is emulate the right word? I think so. Emulates the shape of the ears when you look at the detail. Because like, I really like in these bat ears this little front flap. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know the purpose of the front flap, but I want to give him a little front flap because it's kind of interesting. I don't know how to incorporate it into the Maybe right there. I think this music is a little too snoozy for me. Let's try. We could go to this one. It's free run inspired. I don't know. I still need to watch Fear and Season 2. I'm on the wrong layer. Imagine that. Like gravitating towards longer thin shapes on this. I think I'll try to tweak the face so that it feels fish-like. Or at least bird-like. I don't know, the ears just make you think it's a mammal, but I don't know, maybe we need a dragony of a vibe, like a mini dragon. I mean, it's a dodo. Let's see how much of an impression of the body. They're mostly really smooth. Either that or we do like the back nails. What's holding up these webbings? Ooh. Wait, this one's like kind of like Honeybee's creature. Honeybee did like a double tongue. Maybe mine's got a double tail. It's too much though. Because I still want the focus to be on the. Okay, this feels a little loud for me. The weather's been like starting to get kind of crazy. A storm warning a couple days ago. During the tornado sirens, I was like, it was 3 a.m. They going off. I'm like, wake up, everybody. I don't know what we doing. What are we doing? There's no basement in this house, which makes it a little frightening. For if there was a tornado, but there is a downstairs that's like semi underground. There's like 2 half floors almost, and so it's like I don't know. Sometimes this house just feels like really paper thin. So I'm like, oh, I don't know how this thing's holding up in the storm. I don't know. But it ended up being like totally fine, and it was not much at all. Face could be a little. I kind of love the face on this. I just want to work on the face, but okay. We'll do the rest. I think we gotta keep it a nub tail because the nub tail will keep us with a good balance of details. I do feel like the ears are just weird because it's like a fish thing. The ears do throw me off a little bit. Oh, you know what we could do? Okay, maybe this is the top angle, right? Let's put it over here. And then we can do... Okay. Here's the body. Since it's got 4 ears, maybe we need to mirror that shape with the fins. Now I was kind of thinking like of the dragons. I forget what they're called in Avatar. The blue Avatar. Okay, the blue Avatar, where it's just these are the back legs, these are the front wing arms, and that's why it looks like that. That probably makes the most sense than giving it double wing. But it would still look like this from the front. Maybe we'll put the head down here. Just so we can fully imagine this creature. Anyway, the eyes are getting kind of creepy. It gets in a little creepy. Even in trouble. I do think we need to play around with the ears next, because, like, it could have distinct ears without being huge ears, I think. I don't think, like, basically, there's not really animals that live partially submerged that have big ears. And I think it's because, right? Dogs get ear infections. I don't know that it's that practical for them to even have big ears. Kind of looking like a Pokemon from this angle. Yeah. I think it made his head too big from this POV. Here, we'll have the wings. Branch out to the side. The wind is howling in here. It's kind of whistling. I had the window open because it's so nice out. It's whistling. I do that shape though. I feel like I should keep the ears like this. But maybe we could do some research on the practicality and kind of make it make sense, right? Because maybe, right. I'm feeling like a genius here. Maybe this little flap up here, like the bats, helps to block out water, right? So it's like you can sit your ear at the top of the surface and that flap helps it, right? We need this flap. It's a functional flap now. I feel like that cured it for me. Because the ears, I do think the ears are cool. And, it's a main feature. It's probably why it got voted for, too, for this month's creature. So I feel like I gotta stay true to it. I mean, to be fair, though, like, the votes were really balanced between each creature. But I feel like generally most people were interested in this one that I talked to. A lot of the members of my mail club. It just doesn't look like the head belongs on this, is kind of my problem. think it that's why it feels like it needs more mammally features. Like it needs little fish don't have hands. Why do fish have hands? I think it's because like the head is so detailed and has mammal features. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It just feels randomly stuck on this fishy flying. Should we give him little hands? Kind of needs little hands, doesn't he? Because he looks cute with little hands. Maybe that's all the reason we need it. Little hands are cute, so we need little hands. We will be creatively free to give him his little grippers. Little. No, wait, no, grippers his toes. Well, I kind of like that he's becoming a little thorny. He was Pokemon, he would be electric type, which could be interesting. What if he was like an electric eel in the desert? I think electric eels are more so predators, right? Or do electric eels have something that hang on, I'm getting confused. Is praise upon him the right way to say that? Like something that tries to eat him? Does something try to eat him? That's my question. Okay, this is interesting to me. I'm kind of liking that. Maybe let's draw a side angle like this. I'm just gonna end up drawing a dragon every month. They're all gonna turn into dragons. I don't know. I feel like there's something about dragons. Everybody loves dragons. Dude, I'm kind of loving the idea of just giving him two toes. Two-toed sloth, kind of. Dude, I'm doing my best to try to keep this loose. It's a baby bit of a struggle, though. Give him his weird booty flap. One of his distinguishing features now. I can't forget his booty flap. I think if like the fin part stems from the end of this arm. That's always a struggle when I go the dragon route. Is it's like when you have all the legs plus wings, it's not really something that happens in nature. I feel like the closest thing is like bugs, moths and other bugs. They have a bunch of legs and they have wings, but nothing that's big like a dragon would be. Even like comparatively, this one I imagine is like, maybe otter sized. Not that huge because I imagine. Because, right, all the animals in the desert are pretty small because it's hard to survive, right? And so it's hard to, you don't want to get big. Plus, it's hot being big. You retain a lot of heat. I think the only big desert animal I could think of is a camel, and those are pretty big. Okay, wait. I do kind of like this though. Could you be there? We then go dude, dude up, and a scoot up. Choppy pips. Hey, wait. The long face is really helping me. I feel like he needed it, like a little dachshund. Oh yeah. Get you a little dachshund face and make you feel better. Which, by the way, I went thrifting. I don't know how long ago, a couple of days, and I found this ceramic dog bowl. I put water in it because I was like, maybe Bibbies will want to take a bath in it. Here, I'm plunging it into the camera. Um, so, um, right? He didn't want to take a bath in it. He took a sip, but not a bath. Whatever. That's fine. But isn't this so cute? Little ceramic dog bowl. It had the original price sticker on it too. And so I could look up the artist of it. It was a clay artist or a ceramicist. That's probably the word. In Minneapolis, so like local to where that thrift store was. And yeah, someone donated it to Goodwill. I snatched it up for $4 reduce. I'm like, yes, this will be for my future dog. And maybe Bimmies will take a bath in it until then. Because yeah, it'll probably be a while until I get a dog. But I love Cocker Spaniels. I would love to have a Cocker Spaniel. I feel like I probably would get a shelter dog that just has similar vibes to a Cocker Spaniel. Because nobody's putting their English show Cocker Spaniel in the maybe on Craigslist, someone maybe, but I know there's good breeders around and stuff too, so like maybe eventually. I would want to be able to comfortably afford getting its hair done. You know, they got their cute hair. They need cute trimmings for it. Dude, I'm loving the face from this angle. Um, but I do think, like, I love just a dog that's roughly that size. It's like perfectly gonna fill up your lap. I want a cuddly dog. And sometimes when I describe a dog that I really love, I'm like, man, maybe a cat is just kind of what I'm thinking. But I love cats, but there's just something about dogs that I just like more. Like, cats on average, I feel like are more cuddly than dogs. I don't know if it's just the cats that I've interacted with. I've met a cat that doesn't like to cuddle as long as it's like not scared of you. Right? If I have time to get to know the cat, some cats are skittish, but as far as I know, they all want to be cuddly. I think that's pretty wonderful. Okay, are we feeling this? Maybe we gotta move on to the ears like I've been saying 20 times. I feel like at this angle it's starting to make sense. It did kind of need legs. Because that head just stuck on a super fishy body was not really cutting it. Okay. I don't know though, like, I really like to have the logistics, making sense in the creatures too. Like, we can get fantastical about it, but sometimes if it just doesn't make sense to a certain extent, I'm just like, it needs some believability for me. Like, looking cool, but it also feels like it could function. And because I love the designs from How to Train Your Dragon, so I feel like to that extent, it's like you understand how it would work, but in realistic terms, they would not be able to fly. And so, like, that I don't mind. But if it's like the anatomy feels believable, That's what I need. And we could have some magical explanations for why certain things work. And I think that's what makes it fun too. Because, like, a lot of times Derek will have fun ideas that are a little less, like, sciencey, you know, different than Earth. And I like to think of, like, okay, what if there was a planet that evolved kind of like Earth, but it's just different? We get all new animals. Because it's like, that's what I can understand, right? We got lots of stuff to work with, and I kind of just match it up. But then it's like a fun level of flavor. Be adding, other elements to it. Which, by the way, I don't know if anybody here watched, shoot, what's it called? I kind of hoped it would come to me as I was saying that, but I'm not thinking of it. Project Hail Mary. There we go. Anybody watch that? I love that movie. Like, they had a unique design for the alien, which I really liked. I won't go into spoilers, but I thought it was a really good movie. And I bought it, so I'm glad it turned out to be a movie that I really liked. So I was like, man, at this point, it's not that much more money just to buy it over renting it. And so I bought it. Because the reviews were so good. I kind of like that most of this is, he's like a big head. Now, I feel like I do need to think about what exactly he would eat. But he didn't get that far. I kind of like thought about his ears as like how he would avoid predators. And I do think a lot of times I don't think enough about what the creatures are actually eating. But a lot of times that involves me designing more creatures because I'm like, okay, I don't want it to just be an existing animal. But it definitely could fit a category, right? You know, if it's a carnivore or whatnot. Actually, usually this game tells you what it eats. No, not this one. I think, well, Apex Predator is one um prompt that you can get through this game. If you don't know, I designed this creature with prompts from this game called Exquisite Biome. You use a deck of cards to generate all the features. We're gonna do another one next week. If anybody wants to join me and make a creature, or you can just watch me do it. Either way, or throw out ideas. I feel like that could be fun too. Even if you don't like to draw, then happy to hear ideas and we could play around with them. Feel like that kind of uses the benefit of it being live. And you could do that. You could just do that if you want. My gosh. Do you know what I realized too? Okay, I have fillet sharks. And on my first sculpture that I did of them, I feel like I didn't do this in the other ones, but I realized like I gave him more of a nice little belly in here, and I'm like, I kind of like a little squishy belly. I mean, these aren't squishy because I felt them so much. Maybe mildly squishy, but I want to give them little bellies, a cute little belly, and then they got their like tail thing. Also, we're getting an ad soon, but if you want to play the game on the ad breaks, I do the dialed.gg game where you pick the colors and you try to memorize each color. You have hue, saturation, and brightness sliders. You try to replicate it for, I think, 5 colors, and you're scored out of 10. That sounds right. You get a score out of 10 per color, and I think it might have been last stream. Vendetta got a 10 out of 10, which is insane. I'm still like, thought it would take us longer to have one of us get a 10 out of 10. That's crazy. Because I've done a bunch of them so far. So we'll see if I can get my first 10. We'll try. It's starting soon, so I need to get that pulled up. Color game dialed.gg, but it'll just be a link in the chat, and we can look at everybody's score. Oh, okay, that was weird. No problem, no problem. Let me just shimmy these around, and we'll get you the link. Man. Okay. That's the game link. Now I just need to let you see it if you're not in an ad right now. Let's go to Chrome. And color game. Dude, I switched up my thing, so now I'm like, I can't find it. Hang on. It didn't take me the whole ad break. Let me see if I can get this sorted. I'm like, for some reason my thing is just not showing up. Here. Here we go. Here we go. Just one moment here. Oh, this is. Oh, it's sticking messed up. Okay, I'm kind of feeling like switching up the music too. I'm gonna drag this to the top. Beautiful. Alright. Let's do this Nintendo music playlist. Alright, we're ready. I don't know how to switch up the music. That was a little bit distracting. I believe though. I feel like that blue was doable. Beautiful. Okay, it was a good bit more saturated. You wasn't amazing. We're a little oh, that was a better score than my last one. That was pretty bad. Oh, dude. Um, oh, that down here. These dark reds are throwing me off. I think yeah, actually it had a decent bit of saturation because I could tell the hue. I feel like I'm gonna be wildly off on the hue. Oh, okay, wait. My hue was off, but not terribly. My brightness is too dark. Wait till I tell. What? I fled. So dusty. We'll call it a dusty rose, but kind of purpley. Right? Wait, I think we're kind of there. Dusty rose, but kind of purpley. Maybe a little red. A little more red, because I did say dusty rose first, so we can't go too purpley. Let's squeeze it down one more. Okay, wait. How much? How much saturated? I just went too light on it. Oh, well. Okay. Um, I think I forgot this one. Here, I was distracted. I am admitting. Um, we can move on. Today for creatures. We move on from that. Feeling better about my creature than that last color. I wanted to keep my iPad from shutting off, and that's only where my brain went. Okay, I think we should finally play with some ear shapes. I did a little bit when I first drew this creature, but not crazy. Let's shrink these down so we can kind of like look at them over there. But we'll draw here. Let's look at our back. We try jelly bean ear. Let's get a base head to start with. And maybe we'll just duplicate that. Let's try the long head because I kind of like the long head. You know what? It is reminding me of what even are those dinosaurs? What the quaddle? What the quaddle is? I guess any of the like pterodactyl flying. Dude, I feel like we should draw dinosaurs at some point because like it would be fun, right? Because we don't exactly know dinosaurs. A lot of them we know like pretty well, or maybe not a lot of them. But you know, I think it's fun to be a little imaginative with prehistoric animals where it's like we don't know for sure the color of their fur or what kind of pattern they had. And I think it's really fun to, use what we have of existing animals and blend their features because it's kind of like creature design. You know, does that count as speculative biology? There we go. How are you getting in here? He's out camping. Did you make it to the place? I feel like you're probably there by now. Also, congrats, Shub. I think documentation is not fun. Paperwork is not for me. So congrats on making it through. Congratulations. Yeah, it's been such a nice, like 70 to 72 degrees today. I think you should come back, Derek, so we can go do stuff outside together. Go for a bike ride. Maybe we go for a bike ride. Also, Namiria was being so cute. She, I sat on the couch with Spaz the cat, and, because, she sits so cute on the couch. I'm like, okay, I'll take a break. I'll come sit with you. And then I was like, oh, so cozy. And then Namiria was like, I hear you talking to Spaz up there. So she comes, I say, come up on the couch. So she's sitting on the couch and rolling over, and she wanted me to pet her a lot. So much she wanted to be pet. I could barely reach her, so I had to like lean over because Spaz is on my lap. And um and anytime I would stop petting her, instantly he's pawing at me. She wanted her face scratched so bad. I'm like, I don't know if I even scratch her face right because she never seems like doing it good, you know? I don't know. It's hard to tell how she wants her face to be pet, so. But that's what was unique. She always wants her belly pet, but today she really wanted me to pet her face, so she just kept rubbing her head into my hand. It was really cute. Okay, wait, this will be the base head. Let's maybe duplicate and shrink this so we can think about the ears, because I'm about to get carried away. Here's our ear bases. Alright, number one, we're gonna do a jelly bean ear. I know this music isn't Pikmin, but it's Nintendo, and you know what it's making me think? I want to play Pikmin. I never finished Pikmin 4. I feel like I got pretty far in Pikmin 4. I'm already feeling like Jelly Bean Ear is not the answer. It's not flowing for me. But we're gonna give it a good try. Gran Maria's, what's that? Tell me, Derek. Oh, it might be cutting out. Well, that's no problem. We do need this ear flap in here though, because the ear flap it's functional now. Functional water protection ear flap. We could play around with the shape of it for sure though. It's like I think especially when this thing would dive underwater, close the flap, ears above water ears are out of business. Let's try some like cool lines in here. Because I like the way there's like a little bit of this weird frungles going on in the reference. We need a little bit of weird scrungles, I think. It's probably too detailed though. I need to like figure out how to stylize it. Weird scrungles, but simplified. That's what I think we need. But sometimes you just have to draw it like you see it and then redraw it with the newfound understanding, but not looking directly at it. Ooh, kind of giving like a fingerprint. Man, I'm really looking forward to the new Made in Abyss movie. I really love the world building, and I think that this will be the first time I read the manga before the anime, or at least this newest movie. I originally found it through the anime, and that's gonna be pretty fun. I'm gonna be like, dude, I read this. Now I get to see what it looks like animation interpretation. Which I feel like for manga, I think it's always pretty spot on because it's a drawn book rather than just words. It's like drawn in dialogue. So I feel like that converts pretty easily to movies and such. That's how long Oh wait, Chubb, I'm sorry, I never read your dude, I'm playing hard, dude. Sleepy. Honestly, I'm not against the ear being curved. It could be interesting. It's like round ear, round cheek thing could be. There's potential. Um, but yeah, the possible questions. Definitely, you could do a mock interview. I'm sure there's lots of resources online of types of questions, but I know, like in general, it's just like that's something it's hard not to stress about. Even when you're prepared and you know what the answer. Generally, just what I've heard is it's like they ask you, do you have any questions for us? And it's always good to have a question for them. So you could prepare with some good questions to ask. These are just advices I found online though, so take it with however grains of salt you want. Alright, there's our start of year number 1. Let's try year number 2. We could do pointier ear for sure. You know what? The bat that has tiny. Got like pointy. Maybe we can mimic the head shape in the shape of this. Put it here. Okay, wait. Are there any sensory things underwater that are similarly foldy as ears and like the noses of these bats? Because I feel like there's more designing I could do to the tweak part of it. You know? It's got potential for a bug. Little bug. As long as little bug not flying in my face, then we're chill. It's really big. We could try a smaller ear. Maybe the flap sticks out. I don't know. I think it might be good to go a little more imaginative than these references. Dude, what layer am I even on? Wrong layer is the answer. Here we are. Could be interesting. A little more sleek of an ear. I do really want to get an interesting design for the ears because it's supposed to be the most notable feature. Maybe we could watch some videos on bat ears. Like, I might not have enough knowledge. I mean, I definitely don't have very much knowledge on ears. I think that's for sure. Really? Like, do a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. I think I love the shape of this part of it here, but I do like the sticking out portion of the ear flap. I mean, it is really cute to have a tiny little face and gigantic ears. So I don't think they should be that big though because it's underwater. I'm also thinking like the curved down shape wouldn't make sense because it's at the surface of the water. If anything, it would be curved up. Reach over here and think about. How about my favorite tool of all? I think there are some bats that have curling forward ears. Yeah, this is more true to what I originally sketched too, is not having them streamline backwards. I do kind of like the streamline backwards, but I guess it's just a pose they could hold their ears when they're not sitting at the water surface. Yeah, I want to look up really quick, like sensory organs underwater. Well, like maybe sound sensing. Because it could be not exactly sound. I don't know, sound is like ears, so I'm like, okay, yeah. Water is denser than air. Sound travels faster. Um, requiring do. Okay, like underwater, it's in the air. Swim for buoyancy. Yeah. Oh. The sound bar, I mean, the front bar is connected to the ear. I think it does have to be a jiggly thing. Just one bulbous thing. Maybe it could just blend into the head more. I'm just trying to think, like, what feels best with the design. I think it has to be round and squishy because that's the way, the porpoises got it going. They're my good example of how the heck this would work. squishy bubbliness could kind of transition up into the ear better. We got layers of bubbliness, right? Because like there's the sensory barbells, right? Guess I don't know exactly how those work, but they are on more of the like. But I do kind of the idea of like these layering textures blending up into the other ear. It gives bat vibes for sure. A little bit, but mostly we want it. All the ears should actually be. I don't know. Would it be cool with smaller ears? Let's try duplicating it. I feel there's potential. Potential. 'Cause the ears, they really don't have to be big to be distinct, but I do think that, desert animals, they have big ears. But also the dude's a fish. They give fish vibes. I don't know. It's not a good balance of elements, right? It needs a larger shape at the top for it to feel like a good flow. But I think if it was a little more stout like this, it might feel more aquatic. I do think the problem right now is that the ears feel really disconnected with the rest of the creature. Maybe something that carries up this bubbly shape. I mean, yeah, it does feel more natural. They're still big ears for sure. Just not like extreme big ears. And I think that's kind of fine. I do know that the big ears are what help regulate heat, but maybe that's not as important if it's something that dwells in water anyway. This is where I wish I had some more knowledge. So it could help me like design this better. Maybe in my off time after this sketching, I'll do some research on bats and desert animals. But I definitely want like kind of a bat ear because I love the shape of the head so far. Like this front part of the head, I'm confident I like that. And I like these two nose gills. And I think that bat ears, having the lines in them mirror that shape really nicely. And I'm a fan of that. Fan for sure. And I do think if we have a lot of detail in these ears, it will help, right? That they're the main focus. of the creature, and then yeah, they can be the part with the most detail. And I do like kind of, right, if I have this kind of jaggedy shape for all the layering of the ear bits, and then these front feet are mirroring that. It's gonna flow better. Doing a really nice layering of shapes though. It's definitely trickier. Bro, little bug's flying in my face again. Mr. Little Bug did a new hobby. Okay, this is almost like he's got a ton of ears. He's got 1 ear, 2 ears, 3 ears, 4 ears, 5 ears, 6 ears, like 8 ears. He's turning into 8-eared batfish. Which is the working title. I think I'm gonna give him a more creaturey name, but for the sake of the poll, that's his working title. This one is Derek's favorite of the ones we designed through the game too, so I think that we'll have to see what he thinks of the updated, because I'm definitely leaning towards it. I mean, I don't know. I do like how this looks, but this feels more like blended into the design. And I think it's gonna be better. We probably will have to try it out with like sketching the rest of the body. When your ear isn't as cute, but I feel like it suits well. Maybe we could do another video of this one where we play with the shape of the tip of the ear. It could be more rounded, and that would make the point one just feels aquatic for some reason. I think it's because I'm thinking of like, almost like Vaporeon or like something that's got like these things going on. These kinds of things. Let's make a new creature over here. Should do a creature like Vaporeon. Not for this creature, but in general. It would be fun to do like interpretations of Pokemon. Right? But I try to make them a little more naturalistic and like in style. Could be fun. Let's take a beverage break. I got some iced tea. I feel anybody who doesn't love tea is just missing out because there's so many flavors. You know, I'm so happy that tea exists because I don't drink alcohol, and there's so many fun sounding flavors. Or coffee, really. Coffee messes me up. And there's so many fun flavors of both, and really prevalent in coffee shops and stuff. And of alcohol. There's like so many fun sounding things of alcohol. I'm like, I don't want it, but the flavor sounds good. Like peanut butter stout. I'm like, peanut butter, peanut butter. But anyways, tea is like just a nice chill drink. You can decide whether or not you're feeling like you want a sweet milk tea or just straight up iced tea of a bunch of different flavors. And they just smell so nice too. It's like a fun little activity when you steep it. And I just cannot see why there would be anybody who does not enjoy teas. You really feel like there's got to be a tea for everybody. Just haven't delved deep enough into the teas that exist in the world. That would be my guess. But who knows? I do like coffee, like the flavor of well, when you sweeten it, you get your sugar in there. Sugar and milk for sure. Then I like the flavor of coffee. But if there's like, I think it's probably just like the amount of caffeine in it that is just like too much for me. I don't think there's like a thing with like different styles of caffeine too, right? Like, and how it affects you different. Or if it's purely just the amount of caffeine that are in different things. Because like tea has very little caffeine, black tea more. But compared to coffee, it's not got very much caffeine. I don't know if I've noticed the effects of caffeine on me other than like coffee. When I think I had something that had espresso in it. So it was like even more caffeine. That just stressed me out a little bit. I look forward to you on break. We might be close to a color game at that point. Get your second 10. So this one's cute and happy for sure in this ear shape, but I just feel like this fits the creature better. I think it's got to be the desert vibe too, right? Like desert. I just think of pointier things, like the little horny, right? Wait, gosh. What are they called? Thorny. The thorny lizards, not the horny lizards. That's probably why they didn't call them horny lizards. Wow, isn't that wonderful? Well, I think it's time. I'm happy the most with how this is looking. I think what I need is to draw it all together now. Okay, wait. Has my slideshow not been sliding? Oh no. I think it was just more seconds than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, let's go ahead and sketch more. We want this. Kaboom. And then maybe we'll reference this sketch. Kaboom. And let's just turn all of these off. Kind of work from these to these updated ears. I know, I like the long ears, but which is why I'm just like, I keep thinking about it because it is really cute like this. But I feel like design-wise, like this is more blended and creaturey, and it's really feeling like probably better. I think why I'm just drawn to this is it's like cuter, but this one's like better creaturey. So I want to do like a combo of these two things here. And then we'll revisit the body again. Maybe I should pull up the top-down view of the body actually. That helps. With its little fin booty. I talked about earlier it needed a little fin booty. I saw this bat's booty. Like, it's got a funny flat booty. And then I was like, you know what? That's kind of like these, whatever these are, booties. I think, they're different types of rays, I believe. Because this one, I don't know, at least it's similar to an ornate eagle ray, but I don't know for sure. Alright, should we kind of try to do a fun pose though? I feel like we should be encroaching on the like actual postcard print sketch. So let's try to think like poses it could do in the wild. Get some movement in here. Like maybe this is it climbing out of the water onto a root of something. So we could get its little like booty shape. Little tail, booty, wiggle, wiggle. And this connects up. We need the fin things would be kind of droopy if we're coming out the water. Droopy fin thing, droopy fin thing, and then little arm. I want him to have two toes because that just feels right in my heart. Mm, we need these like kind of thorny arms. We'll scale this fin thing back, and then well, his little leg up here connects the body. It's taking us back to more mammally, but you know, at least it's aquatic. Let's see myself a lot of sketch. I tend to go to be the trickiest thing, like when I try to sketch in a sketchbook again, is that I don't think about the size that I'm sketching at all. You know, I'll rescale what I've drawn. So that's like what I gotta focus on if I draw digitally. I'm really doing my best to keep this loose. I don't think how much I turn his butt makes sense though, because his butt's almost facing the exact same direction as his head. Okay. I just did the head at the wrong angle. Let's just leave a duplicate of this in case I want to give the head another body and keep this head angle. But I'll redo the head. Shoot this angle. So we need this to kind of go forward. Wait, I kind of like that. Right, that's forward. This ear also be forward. But the other ear would be this way. So like there's the other. Yeah, I don't know that quite right. I get used to drawing like things at the same kind of angle, especially when you're like in the middle of designing a creature. It's kind of hard to imagine all their shapes from every angle, but it's like a fun challenge, I'll say. You got like the layered ear bits. It's almost looking like a different guy now. Oh no way! Is this East? It's not transferring data. No, it's Wii U. I wonder what song in Eastward is like this. I think there is a song that is similar. I do like it though. I'm an Eastward fan. It makes me think of Eastward. So, okay, I think what we'll try to do is just rotate the butt less, dial it back. Cause like I changed the head angle for sure, but it's like still too tilted a booty to be feasible. I think. I don't know. Doing so. I want it to be like the water. I gotta remember. But I imagine like in the Oasis area, right? You got your Oasis, and there's like maybe Oasis palms is what we'll call them. But they're kind of like mangroves and palm trees, right? They wouldn't grow that big. Or palm fronds, whatever. So there would be like lots of rooty things, brambly. And so most of these creatures are like hanging out here at the surface of the water, and you just see their little heads poking up with their ears. But I'm imagining this guy is like here, climbing out of the water on the roof. Because I also imagine them to be like creatures that would come hang out on the roof up here. Here's one. Can you guys tell what my doodle is, or is it like way too scribbly? And then I imagine him flinging off. We go this way. He's soaring. think Bimmies likes the beepiness of this song. And they kind of glide back into the water. That's my imagination for these guys, what they look like hanging around. Vendetta, happy break. Happy break. So, Vendetta, I showed this off earlier, but I feel like you would appreciate this, okay? Because I went thrifting again. And I found this dog bowl. Yippee. A ceramic dog bowl. I put water in it because I was going to see if Bimmy would take a bath in it. He didn't want to. He drank the water, though. Now there's like a fuzz floating around in it. But whatever. It's so cute though. So, it had the original price sticker from the artist who made this, or ceramicist, whatever you want to call him. And so it was like somebody local, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." So I got a deal on it because it was originally $24 reduced. I get for $4 reduced from Goodwill, but I just thought, oh man, I don't have a dog, but my future dog will love this bowl. And maybe Bimmies will take a bath in it until then. I don't know. But I just love finding ceramic things at Goodwill. And then, I kind of found things I didn't need. I did get, why I wanted to go thrifting was, to get, oh my gosh, I'm just calling it handwriting. To get little journals. So I got this one. I put random, like failed stickers on it because there was like, it just said motive right here. I'm like, I don't care about that. And then I got this one. I'm like, okay, I could save this journal for winter time because that's cute. But basically, right, I like to do my journaling in the morning, and my pet peeve is when the books don't lay flat. So I always look for ones that are lined paper that are maybe spiral like this and not huge because I want to write 3 pages. And I saw these two. I'm like, oh, that's good because I've gone a couple of times and haven't found any like this, right? Because I've got, the horse journal. But I'm almost at the end of this horse journal. And so I'm like, I need another one like it. This one's been my best one so far. So these are like perfect. Except for they don't have nearly as many pages as this horse journal. This horse journal was my best find. So anyway, I got those, and then I got these 2 things I didn't need, which was the ceramic dog bowl and... Okay, wait. Let me put this back together, and then you can see what it looked like when I found it. I saw this little box with a cute flower cut out. I'm like, woo, what's in that? I open it. It's a fan. I'm like, that looks really cute. I'm like, I don't need to buy a fan. Certainly not. But I couldn't help myself because it's so cute of a fan. See the tassel? It's a little frazzled, the tassel, but I'm sure maybe with some water or something it could dry down nicely. But it's cute. It's got a little like tied thingy. And then look at that. It's like a golden, there's like golden accents on this floral fabric. It's like my favorite color. And I'm just like, I kind of need it. So I got it. And it came with basically matching fabric of it. And I'm like, maybe I'll sew a little pouch for it. That was Derek's idea because I originally thought this was a pouch to carry the fan in. And Derek was like, you could just turn it into a pouch. I'm like, you know what? Good idea. So sometimes I just can't help buying things that I'm like, oh, I just really like it, and I just really like it. I want to hang it up on the wall, but I haven't yet found a good way to do that. I think it would be a cute wall decoration. Yeah, good for summer. It's true. Um, you also need your sketchbook and journals to lay flat, so the binding you choose is always to lay flat. Oh, that is nice that you know how to create a lay flat binding. Okay, I think I made this dude a little bit too long. But yeah, it was a good thrifting trip. And man, well, I feel like the last couple days been kind of crazy, right? You know, I missed streaming on Wednesday because I um was skating, ice skating, and I think I'll be able to stream this Wednesday because it's not a long lesson, and I'm like maybe I will just stream until like 4 p.m. Kind of thinking might work the best. But yeah, I feel like I got out of whack because there was the tornado sirens went off a couple days ago in at like 3 a.m. I was like, oh, oh no. It turned out to be like nothing now. Like I mean, well the cyclone went over, right? So there was a lot of lightning and I was like, this is crazy. It feels like an apocalypse outside. But uh but we didn't get like hail or crazy winds either. So it was like nothing destructive at all. And so I'm like, okay, I kind of wish I would have just watched the storm instead because I do love a storm. But I was kind of freaked out. I'm like, I don't know. I got to get Bibimi's. I need to make sure Bibimi's is okay. And I had to grab him and put him in his carrier. He seemed curious about the carrier, but I'm like, I don't know the time we have to let you crawl into this. I just want to get him downstairs. So I turned off the light and grabbed him and put him in there, which he did fine. He flapped around a little bit and then he was like, okay, I know my carrier. Um, so like that was fine. I sat with him in the basement for like an hour and then I just slept with him in our room because I'm like I don't know if there's gonna be more storm. More storm. But it was totally fine, totally chill. But I was like, uh-oh. I've never heard the tornado sirens go off, and it wasn't a drill. Kind of frightening. Kung Fu frightening. But in hindsight, it was really cool, and I'm like, oh, I wish I looked out the window because there wasn't any danger. No crazy winds, no hail. Right? So nothing was gonna fly at me. You hate the spiral spine? Oh. I thought I read that so late and I was like I thought you were talking about the pose of this creature and the way I'm like twisting his spine. I'm like, oh, you hate this pose. But no, I get what you're saying. I mean definitely a nicely bound lay flat journal. I would agree with you on that. But like for these, it kind of works still, the spiral bound. I'm like, just my. They don't need to be nice journals, just because I'm just dumping my thoughts in them. Like it's fine. But I think for the best experience, I do imagine the way you bind journals is gotta be nice. Like it's gotta be fantastic. Okay, I do like now that these like earbuds that are all crazy kind of match the craziness of the butt down here. I feel like I could make this bigger too. Be Bims. We kind of like that. I don't know if he needs like a little bit more of like uh to kind of blend how busy this is into here a little bit, like if his lumpiness should carry on. Or maybe he's got more gills. 'Cause if you have more gills, these could be like the intake gills. These could be like outtake gills. That could be interesting. Interesting. Imagine hearing the siren every month. Oh, you're in an area that gets tornadoes so often that every first Monday of the month they test the siren. Oh yes, I okay. We get the tests every. I think it's actually every Wednesday we get the tornado test. Um, but it's like I don't know. I feel like that's why it wasn't super stressful when I heard them and it wasn't a thing. Like I definitely was nervous about it, but like part of me wasn't actually feeling all that crazy nervous until I like am witnessing the storm again. Like the sirens themselves, I feel like didn't crazy stress me out, but it woke me up and I was like, oh. But we're basically between two counties, for at least like where the sirens are too. That like we hear, I woke up to like the farther distant one going off, and then the closer one went off, and so it's like it's not as startling, at least. I mean, like that's kind of anything. But tornadoes are definitely freaky. Have you ever seen a tornado? Recently, the sirens went off 3 times during a tornado watch, and I was like, oh wow. No, that sounds really stressful. Yeah, so like when they went off, it was like I googled it, right? And it was just that a severe thunderstorm. It wasn't there wasn't any tornado watch, which but it's like you should stay inside and away from windows, basically. Because things could be starting to get chucked around. I'm like, we just have loose tables outside. That's kind of bad. Kind of not preparing the best. Hopefully, it don't get taken away and flung somewhere. The head bigger portion to the body. Oh, that's good then. You've never seen a tornado in person. Good. Yeah, because like the storms definitely can be kind of freaky. But yeah, that was something. But it like I feel like it threw off my sleep and everything so bad because I was up from like 3 to 5, and then I slept in a bunch, and I'm like, oh man, that just threw me off, man. I need to get back on track. So maybe it will now. Derek's out camping, so I'm like, maybe I will end up even going to sleep earlier because usually I'll watch a show with him. But now what? Maybe we got to play video games. Maybe we got to play video games. Okay, I'm definitely feeling this now. It just needs I think it needs like a on the back or like something to just protect it. Thank you for the follow. Feel free to let me know if you do any kind of creature design art, anything. But also, no worries, you're welcome to learn. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but it's an open invitation if you want to talk about anything you like to do. Been feeling so sleepy. I usually don't stream on the weekends, although last 2 weekends I did stream. But I feel like, I don't know, I do kind of just love the Wednesdays. But, my ice skating on the Wednesdays kind of right in the middle of that time slot that I would do. But I could do like morning, either morning or evening. I feel like evening would probably work instead. Okay, I feel like I don't mind that little. You're going swimming? That sounds fun. I love swimming. Swimming fan. Are you going to like a lake or a pool? I love a lake, but like a nice lake. Like I realized that the lakes in Michigan were really nice because when I lived in Oregon, there's like at least the lake that was close to us was like a man-made lake, and so like with the drought, it would just be really low, and it'd be like this sticky, muddy clay to try to walk into the lake, and it's just not quite the vibe. But I really like it here too. There's so many lakes. There's so many lakes. I love a lake. Oh, maybe I gotta be brave and go on a bike ride by myself because the weather's so nice and Derek's not here. What the bummer part is I can't bike with Namiria. I don't feel confident in my control of her craziness. Derek has no problem, but I don't know. She's crazy. She's crazy. But I could just take her on a walk. That probably is the best joy. Your Gma has a pool? Oh, that's awesome. So nice then. Yeah, not having to go to a public pool. My best buddy through middle and high school, they had a pool. And so it's really nice when your best friend has a pool. Oh my gosh. Little Buggy's still trying to be all up in my business. The little Buggy's gotta leave. I'll leave you to your business, little Buggy. Leave me to my business, little Buggy. Hey, I kind of like this creature. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of just a fan of anything. Oh, Dragon Vibes. Dragon Vibes is good vibes. And fish just work well for Dragon Vibes because of the fins. Like, they let you be crazy. They let you go crazy with them fins. Do we try to draw them in different poses? We'll just leave it like this, and then his, like, foot that's under there is hidden. I think that's good. Yeah, other than the crazy storms, that's something to get used to, I suppose. Um, the ice skating is so much fun. I wish so badly that it was longer. And I want to go to practice too. I feel like I kind of was skipping ahead in because the last time when I ice skated when I was little, I honestly don't ever remember really going backwards. So I was out of practice backwards. I mean, to be fair, I kind of just did what I remembered when I tried ice skating again after I originally took lessons when I was little, and so they probably did have me skate backwards, and I just don't remember it. But that wasn't too crazy. I can definitely do like I think they're called like a backwards slalom and like the swizzles or lemons, whatever you want to call them. I've heard it called both. I think here they call them swizzles. I kind of like swizzle better because it's just fun to say. But anyway, I could do those. But funnily enough, I didn't think I would struggle with this. But like the coach drew a circle on the ice for us to skate around. Everybody was like beep 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 beep, spread out on a circle, and then we were just going around. This is me, and you go on one foot and swizzle with the other one. Okay. For some reason, I could not really push myself forward trying to swizzle, and I'm like, why is this such a struggle to swizzle? So she was like, try it without swizzling, just pushing out. I'm like, okay, I can do that. So I feel like I could get the hang of it. I just want to practice this. But what was tricky is it's like, um, some of my classmates wanted to talk about something. And so they were like stopped in the circle and there's like two of them there. And the coach said to pass people on the inside. And I'm like, okay, now there's two obstacles. And and I'm like, I really want to use up all my time in this class practicing because I don't have to worry about, because like the circles on the ice, there's circles printed in the ice field that it's like every corner has them. And so when it's like you're going to open skate, the natural way of things is you got people skating around, skating around, skating around. And then you got people who know how to skate that are usually in here practicing spins and whatever they do. And like I need to use the circle, I might be going this way and people are going like this way and I'm like I don't want to think about it's hard to think about like trying to do the thing right and not running into people or like if this is the proper thing to do like can people tell I'm just going to keep going in a circle on this circle? Is that normal etiquette of being at the ice skating rink? I don't know. That's my problem. So I'm like, when I'm in class, I'm like, I need to use my circle time where I don't have to worry about other people. I will use the circle. But that's why I wish it was longer too. Because I could have kept going. I had energy. Everybody was celebrating when we got to the end of the class, and Derek was like, you forgot to celebrate. And I was like, oh yeah. I was just confused if it was done already. I'm like, what? We're done? So I didn't celebrate. I was just like staring at everybody. What? What? But everybody was really nice. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and yeah, I hope that because like this one being the first class was like mainly seeing where everybody was at, and I hope to kind of get more of the class time to do the challenging things next time, right? Because like where I'm struggling, I want more time to practice things rather than just um showing I can do skating forward. Showing that I can skate across the ice and do some swizzles. But, yeah. It's fun anyway. I was enjoying the whole time. But, yeah, I think a lot of the fun in it is trying to do the challenging new thing. I'm noodling with this. I realized we missed our color game ad break. Oop, right? I think it already went by. For sure it did. Oh well, we'll get the next one. I kind of failed at the color game. Well, decent, and then in the last color I failed. What? Anybody really wants to do a color game? Let me know. Take a break for a color game. I'm just less inclined to do it if nobody's really wanting to. But I will do it for the ad break. I do enjoy doing it. I just think it's fun if we're all. Okay, I'm liking a lot how this is looking. Let's maybe take just the sketch and try more posing. We probably should get like front angle, but I want to think of like fun ways we could draw this guy that would make for a good print. But I think that kind of just starts with imagining what the creature's doing, how he's moving. What I'm doing now is kind of similar to what I already did. And then I like edited it away. Maybe we could do a like gliding into the water kind of pose. Hi, Vendetta. I hope you have a good rest of your work day. Thanks for checking in. Guess this photo can show like how the cheeks go pretty well. I'm getting too zoned in on the face though. Let's figure out the body. For gliding, struggle. Let me find the sketch where I did that. Why am I sleepy? There, now we can reference that. It is tricky, so I connected it by the elbow going up. So let's say we've got dude neck is here. Body could go kind of out, but I guess the fin will go more like this. interesting design. I might need to revisit how the arms work because it makes sense. There's two toes in here. Wait, it's really looking janky. I don't know. I figured out how to draw the face. That's like what I want to draw because it's like doable. But bodies are always the struggle part. Maybe we could just draw him standing a bit first with the wings up. Be interesting. Kind of lumpy arms. And then his little butt tail. Well, like the butt tail is kind of like the back legs. I don't know. Does he need a separate? I don't know. Let's just shrink that over there. That sketch was a struggle. Maybe I'll draw him like sitting front pose so I can kind of think about. Here's some black. Funny face. Okay. Give him a triangle ear. That looks like a little cat. This drawing in particular, because it's like so scuffed, reminds me of just like doodling in school. Kind of just making up whatever. Just like the anatomy is not present. I don't know what's going on in here. I've definitely gotten to the point where I'm just like spitting out little turds. Let me look at some references. I feel like I could go off of maybe like a pose of a stingray. I mean, mostly like the photos of rays are like popped up. Maybe I could do something like this. I have like a really funny face. Kind of got like a little bit of a duck bill, don't he? We could do something like that, right? Wings up, maybe swimming around underwater. But most of the time they are just sitting at the surface. Oh wait, this is kind of a fun angle actually, like similar vibe. But I like the idea of like one in the background. Like I feel like this posing is nice. There's photos. Like this is so terrible with getting distracted from it. But like look at this sculpture somebody made. Cute. I love that. A little curled up shark. Who doesn't love a curled up? Let's see if I can find like another unique pose of Ray. Wait, this one's like similar angle. Be helpful. We're trying to draw my creature kind of that angle. I feel like generally it's kind of best for me to just sketch the creature. Let me look at the four-eyed fish because those ones will have like good references of them sitting right at the water level. My problem is like all the photos are close up of their eyes. Wait, here's one. Oh, this looks so cute. Here's like top down view of it at the water surface. It could be a fun angle to do. Oh, here's a good one. Just sitting at the surface. Okay. We could do side angle sitting at the surface drawing because I feel like I'm struggling with the other angles that I definitely could do a side angle. And then we'll kind of amp it up. But not exactly a side angle. I'll try to match this one where it's like the head is kind of closer. Maybe we'll give it a cute little open mouth like that. Just a slightly open mouth. I think I just procrastinate drawing the body. Because I can draw the head. Okay, like the water line would be here. I feel like for the postcard print of this one, I should have it be at the surface of the water because that's where they normally are, and it shows off the feature of the ears, like why they morph kind of different at the surface. You got your surface ears and your underwater ears. And I think their eyes would sit right above the surface. A really interesting expression in this one. What's interesting, like you can see in this reference, you can see the body this way, and then you see it over here, like with how the water reflects it. Okay, let's have the fin. The fins would sit under the water, or if they would flap at the surface. I don't know, it might be kind of an awkward creature. If they're like the surface, right? It would be up here. that would be honestly that good. I feel like you'd have to put down a lot of force if your fin is like up resting on the surface. I'm kind of thinking, right, like here's his gills. Maybe they'd be farther back because you had the cheek, underwater ear cheek bit. And then the front leg. Maybe they would sit with their little legs tucked when they're underwater. It'd be kind of cute. They got their tucked legs and then a drooping down fin that like is stemming from there. I guess I could have those fins I made along the back sticking up. Maybe these would kind of camouflage, like if there's a bunch of these guys together with these little sticking up fins, it might camouflage their ears and like how many of them there are. Because like maybe you'd see these fins and it would look like they're not alone, right? You got like more little eared dudes sticking up. I really am just struggling with these fins though. Maybe we could do a reference. These? I don't think they would be up though, like this. Like I'm imagining the body. Hmm. Because the reflection of the water honestly makes it really hard too. Because I'm like, right, the body looks like it's up this way when it's sideways. But then I'm kind of like thinking the gesture of it like that. But it's really like, oh, where's the body actually existing? The water is so confusing. Maybe I would just sketch the pose and then figure out how it would look once you place the water on top. But I think with like little arms, fins, water level. Dude, I definitely gave myself a challenge. Tricky. I think it would be so cool if I can get the water surface pose to look really good though. I think it's like you need a good shape for the pose, a good silhouette, but also I can incorporate like a good gesture with the water too. That would be the ultimate. That's what I want in life. I mean, this is bad, bad. You can use a little help. Here's a little booty. I think we need the little booty flaps down here. I hate this. Probably a little confusing what's going on from my sketch, but as I clean it up and whatnot. Thinking like this is like the belly, this is part of the wing fin. You can see the underside and the top side. You get kind of the thickness of it. The toe. Okay, I feel like this is interesting, but I could push the pose and the angle. Okay, let's try it. Good. Yeah. And this is my duplicate of the pose. Let's try to push it a little. I feel like I could be down more. Well, I'm gonna need to do the reading. I mean, the water wouldn't be like crazy with the movement in it, so I mostly want it to look like it's the angle and not the like it being a wave or something, because there wouldn't be a wave in this little desert oasis. But because it's small, you would see the wiggle in the water. So we do need the water wiggle, right? I saw that there's a new shark show coming out about hammerhead sharks as a part of Shark Fest. I just watched Lindsay Nicole's video where she got to announce it. So cool. I really want to watch it because on July 5th, I'm like, okay, I'll be waiting. Give me the shark show. Okay, I think the water level could be stumped. Brutally stumped. Should roughly follow like maybe this angle. Go wiggling it. Here, let's give us a line. Then I'll do that. Recording. There. We would do like a wiggly version. The layers on this are so all over the place. But this wiggle I feel like is good. Right around the eye wiggle. Creature, we can have wiggles. Maybe the movement of the creature is causing the wiggle. Okay, but you can see like That's roughly the water level. You know what we could do is like have some others popping up in the background, kind of like this. Maybe we could achieve something like that. Looking cute though. I like it. Okay, we've got this one. You know what though? I'm kind of thinking like this should all be a wing shape coming downward. Like I like that you can see the back, but I think like silhouette wise, it's better to have this kind of triangle and like a big space here where if we want to have a pattern, I could give him a pattern in there. Otherwise, it's like, it might even be better without a pattern, and this is just like a nice big place of rest for your eye because his cheek ear bits will have all the detail in them. Cheek ears. They're gonna be grabbing your attention. Man, this is really challenging. Does it look better before? Let's try again. Like, could have the wing, and you still see the butt shape. Ben Hello. You found a bee. Oh, wonderful. Really giving me struggle. You just giving me struggle. I think what I said is true though. We need this place of rest and a better silhouette shape, but it just is like I just haven't found the right shape yet. You know, to keep the movement and the flow, everything that we want. Okay, wait, let's start drawing it this way because our postcard is going to be this direction. And I'm thinking at least something like this will be how we want the postcard. I think I gotta push this pose more though. Maybe we need more of a top-down view on creature. I think like this could be so cool if I can get it right, you know? Because like, you know, unique angles are interesting, and if you can get the flow and the anatomy, the pose, the gesture, everything to feel nice together, then it'll be the most interesting, right? Like I can make the shapes and the gesture nice in more of a boring pose and angle. But when you can get it at an interesting angle, it just looks so good and it's so fun to just look at. And that's kind of what you want. That's what I want. Fun to look at. I don't mind if his wing goes off the page either. I mean, usually I try to have the whole design in the postcard print. It's supposed to be kind of the vibe of like poster, infographic, note thingy, nature journaling. I don't know, somewhere in those cross section of things, ways you can enjoy a enjoy a creature and make it feel as though it's like someone took these notes. That's why I like Made in Abyss, you know? There's good creatures in that, and there's like the note pages written about them. It's very cool. I really love creature design where you think about the ecosystem, the environment, how everything works together. That to me is what makes them so interesting. So interesting. And then when you have a cool looking design on top of that, it's like boom, the trifecta. You've achieved it. Speaking directly to your soul. Well, that's awesome. Wait, do you have any favorite like creatures from different media? Let me know if you have recommendations, because like that's what I like about Shoop. Delicious in Dungeon too. Like if you haven't seen Delicious in Dungeon, that is really good, and it's kind of got a unique ecosystem. Like it's kind of there's cool things in it. I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it and you want to appreciate the well, I guess they kind of call them the monsters of the dungeon. I think. Yeah, I think it's monsters. But yeah, I think we're getting season 2 soon of that as well. Okay, what I'm gonna try to do here is really achieve the 2 different angles that you see things at. So like this I'm imagining is the top of the water where the fin pokes out, and then you would see the back of the tail here too, right? The same thing that's here, it's going up here. Oh, you're bad at consuming media. That's probably a good thing, honestly, right? It's better to, I mean, to an extent, it's great. I mean, I love, like good stories. It's inspiring and, it feels good to watch or read. And, um, yeah, it's a good thing. But I guess what I was thinking is like it's kind of nice to lean towards being bad at consuming media, because right, like maybe you're creating more or just I don't know, going outside more, maybe, perhaps. Seems like good things. Oh yes, Nausicaa, dude. Yes, going outside more. I one of the creatures. Do I have it on here? I think I might have deleted it. Hang on. This one, this giant desert isopod. That's what I nicknamed it. Um, Reminded a couple people of Nausicaa. Or am I saying that right? Nausicaa? Yeah. It reminded them of some creatures from that, and I'm like, oh, I've never seen it. I feel like it would be so up my alley. I really gotta watch the movie. Yeah. So this is another creature. These two, this what did I even call it? I think I just called it an oasis puma. The one at the bottom would prey upon these dudes, the giant isopods. And so yeah, all 3 of these guys are living in the desert oasis. which was kind of fun, right? If you didn't know, we made it as part of this through the prompts we got through this game, Exquisite Biome. I don't know if you were here or not, but we did that, and these are all the prompts for this creature. But we used the same biome and then pulled different cards for the features, and then I mean, like the last two I pretty much did off stream. I did the first half of the Puma on stream, but I definitely have to watch it. Honestly, maybe that should be the movie we do like a crafting watch party for. Because I mean, I mention it a lot when I'm streaming. I'm like, oh, we should do a crafting watch party in Discord. But yeah, I just have like gotten around to like planning that. Not not too good at planning, you know. It's something I could work on for sure. It's a struggle of mine. I try my best. But most of the time, I'm like, dang, these things take me way longer than I thought. It's tough. I think I need to show more of the body under here. Like, maybe these legs could come down further. That's kind of cute. You know, I like to prioritize cuteness. This makes sense with the angle, right? Okay, that's the bottom of its neck. Here's its cheek, ear, underwater ear, whatever. I sketch it. Let's pull back up the writing. Doop, doop, doop. Hey, calling me beanables. That's my dad. Hello, hello. Yes, this is how it's going for the what's it called? What's it called? The four-eared batfish. That's the working title, at least. I'm gonna come up with a more fun name. I definitely think it's a good exercise to make creatures for a biome. It's really fun. I don't know if you're just popping in, Dad, but this I got this game at the game store for my birthday. I'm trying to think if I even told you about it. I can't remember. But that's how I made the creature. They did it on stream to the prompts. Used a deck of cards, and I got all these prompts, so it gave you like the environment and then the features of the creature. And so that's how I did the three that you voted on in the poll. Yeah, good code name. It's true. You know the way. You know the ways. But yeah. Now here's how it's going. I kind of revised the ears to blend more from the water version to the land version. I can't even remember which layer I was drawing on though. Here we are. My layers got so messy in this. I'm trying to think, right? I put some gills on it here. Maybe this is where the gills are. And then there's the arm. So these are the gills. I don't know. This is the back of the head. There's some gills in the neck. So could be in here, and the gills are farther up. I don't know, I kind of would like them peeking now. We could put the arm here. I always struggle with the arm into the body kind of part of the anatomy. I think it's pretty tricky. It can be pretty tricky. But I did just finish my my filter commission, so now I sent those out, and I'm late to getting to the creature. I'm like, it's already almost halfway through June. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, going fast. We're making it through this. This is what I'm thinking is going to be for the postcard print. This kind of pose. I think it has to be sitting at the surface of the water, but it's like a way harder thing to draw, so I'm struggling with it. Oh man. I may not do, and I couldn't redo because I drew a dot, I think. My computer's running on low on storage. Well, darn. I like going through the storage and fixing it. Yeah, I'm almost tempted not to give him arms, but he's way cuter with little arms. But it's tricky. Wallace. Wait, let me pull up the stream. We're getting close to an ad, I think. Hey, thanks for subscribing. You know what's crazy is that last month we had a hype train because Alveus has their own emotes for hype trains that started to exist. Oh, ad starts in 3 minutes. Okay, we're gonna play a color game for the ad. I thought it would be so funny if you want to play the color game, Dad, because you're colorblind. So if you want to give it a shot, we could see how you do. It could be really good. But basically, I play it every ad break. I put the link in the chat, and you get a couple seconds to remember a color. Then you pick it from memory using hue, saturation, brightness sliders. You get a score out of 10 per color, and then you do 5 colors. And then we can look at everybody and how they did at the end. Yeah. So I like to do that for an ad break. But I do also want to try doing like stretches for ad breaks because it's like good to remember. Like every hour is the ad break. But what I really want to do is make like a stretch animation for that, and I haven't done that yet. So I'm like, we just keep playing the color game instead of stretching. That's what we do. But yeah, I'll do that soon. Oops. I'll let my iPad turn off. See, my problem is that I didn't figure out how to turn off the battery saving mode. But anyway, the emotes, we got a hype train because I was like, I want the Stompy emote. I was like, I wonder how, and I was trying to think, like, how do I get the Stompy emote? Because usually everybody in chat knows how Twitch operates better than I know how Twitch operates. Well, you know what we need is the other, this is the surface of the water. You know, I feel like you or Cole would know better how to conceptualize the water, well, maybe mathematically, you know? Because, like, I'm looking at this fish, this four-eyed fish, and you see you get the bottom of the body here, and then you also see the entire body above the water. And so I'm like trying to figure out how that would work with this, but I think it'll make it look cool. We need the other, this thing growing on the surface. That's gonna help the shape feel better too, I think, if I can figure out how to make it nice. Because it might need to be like, yeah, maybe it's more like this. I know, that's why I like the distort tool. I can just wiggle it around and we'll figure it out. Well, the realism. Alright, now it's time for the game. It's time for the color game. We had an ad break. Wait, there's a new color 2 mode. Well, we'll do color normal. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do this. Back. Okay, let me show you what I'm actually doing. Rome. Bam. This is what the game looks like. So if you want to try it, here comes the link. Oh wait, hang on. My thing is janky. I usually use Chatterino, but Chatterino stopped working, and so I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I don't know what to do. Here we go. A nice 3-stream streak. Okay. Here's what it looks like. I'll give you spoilers. Okay? This is green. That's my hint to you. If you're playing. It could be kind of funny. I feel like Hannah would laugh at you trying to do this game, but maybe you'd be surprisingly excellent at the game. Because you do get a decent amount of points for getting the brightness and saturation correct. I think it was kind of down here. Maybe not quite so dark. Honestly, don't remember that well. I was thinking too much about just the fact that it's green. Yeah, it's not terrible. A little bit off on the hue. Needed a lot more saturation. Honestly, saturation was my main difference there. Wait, I had this color earlier, but like a little warmer. Yeah, like pretty decent. I mean, maybe it was. Oh, I went too saturated. My hue was so close too. Okay. Oh wait, no, I was one off on saturation. It was just didn't go dark enough. Dang. Okay, I was closer than I thought. This one's so similar too. It's like dirtier. Like your paint water got mixed a little extra with this one. But Holda is pretty good on the sound one of this game. He's been into the sound. Here. Oh no. It was so much warmer. Oops. My brightness is perfect though. I'll take it. Oh man. Wait. Somewhere here. I think it did not have that much saturation to it. Yeah, like here feels right. Now, how green was it is the real question. I'm just gonna go with what I got. Too saturated. Ooh, okay, like burgundy. These ones are so tough because I'm like, is it at the top or is it at the bottom? I think it's at the bottom. Yeah, this is feeling right. Oh, I don't know how dark it was. Oh, no. Okay, it was at the bottom though. I think it was like close to the bottom. Maybe like 360 is the lowest too. I don't know. I needed more saturation and a little more brightness. The bottom? Ooh. Hey, you did good. Wow. I usually go for a 45 and up, but did you go off of what I was sliding and saying, or did you vibe these out with what you can see? You did so good on the red, which is crazy. You did better than me on the red. We did our own. Nice. That's impressive. Because you did better on the green and the red than this purple one threw you off. Didn't get it. It's purple. You did like cyan. But you got the value and stuff. I think that's where you got some points in there. Yeah. Yeah, red green colorblind. That's what he's got going. Exactly. Half the time you confuse red with green. But you got the red and the green correct, so that was really good. Sometimes you get people getting less than 40 in here. I think today's a slower day because I usually don't stream on weekends. I imagine everybody's up to weekend shenanigans today for the most part. At least the usuals that play the game with me. Because Cole's not here. Cole will play the game. And Derek will play the game, but he's camping out in the wilderness. I feel like this is looking pretty cool though. I did all these other sketches earlier. I'm not gonna be able to toggle this easily because I made this all a mess. But I liked this sketch. It's making me think of dinosaurs. There's a couple of dinosaurs. It makes me want to draw some dinosaurs. But I do think this is a much more interesting pose. I just need to figure out how I want it to work. I think maybe we do like a white line to show where the water is. It's a little easier to picture as I'm sketching it of like what's going on in here. I don't think I ever finished my story though. I'm still surprised by the hype train. Let me show off my emote that I got for it. It's this Stompy emote. And the crazy thing is, you have to get to a tier 4 train, and so there's a couple of people who like to hang out here who watch Alveus. They got me to a tier 4, and it was like 1 in 11 chance I'd get Stompy. I didn't realize that. So I got really lucky. Get me a little Stompy. But it's a good emote. It's a really good emote. I need to revisit my emotes. Because I don't know if I've used all the slots for animated emotes yet. And the ones I have are just like ones I did really quickly. So I think once I finish up the rest of my commissions and my mail club stuff and get a start on some of the more things I want to make for my shop, then then I'll make more emotes. My priority tier list. Let's look at the little fish again. Oh yeah, I haven't pulled up. I feel like this little fish is gonna help me understand the angle. I think we could push it up higher. thing is, I put this fin on the back. It's like it should be right near the head. So we might have to revisit that. Maybe the fin goes like this. It would be interesting. I think as long as it gets like roughly the concept of how the refracting works, and then the shapes look good, then that's all you need, right? You can doesn't have to be perfect because nobody's gonna know how a perfectly refracted thing would look anyways. But I think we all know the concept of refraction, so it's gonna be good. Let me get my other sketch because I have one in here that is, oh yeah, this one, the other one that I liked. We can see the fins along the back and where I placed them. You okay? Head, I need to make it like more triangular. Like we can see more of up here and widen it to show the triangularness. But we want it to be really visible too, because right, like the head is the focal point. I don't know, this kind of sketch might take me a couple attempts here. But I might just need to re-sketch it and like, as this one is my rough plan, even though I kind of spent a little time on the details. And then I could try re-sketching it, like keeping like good gestures in mind. This one might end up working now. I think it's kind of cool because like part of the point is that it looks a little confusing. I almost wish it was like facing forward more. Was it bread emote? Bread or what face? A nice bread emote. But yeah, I want to do a lot more theming on the stream because there's some really cool streams of artists that kind of do like the world building, and so I can incorporate the creatures into the stream because I bought stream avatars so everybody watching can have their own little avatar. I think Bread might use stream avatars too. And I can make them all little different creatures, and maybe you could like unlock little hats or like a little flower for your creature. Embellishments. Definitely different colors because the Belugas, they have all different colors. That's definitely the first creature I'm going to do because that one's my favorite creature. I love the Beluga. It's like pretty simple. It works good for like a simplified design. This one's kind of like crazy in all the stuff that I'm adding. I do kind of feel like maybe I need to re-sketch the angle of this though, because I don't know if I love the way his face is. The direction he's facing. You're looking into API calls and custom functions like that. You ought to do more, but you're doing too many things. I don't know what that is. Is that related to programming? API calls. That's fair though. I feel like it's really easy to do too many things. It's hard to choose. So many good things I want to be making. It's a struggle. This water line got kind of big. You can't see his little open mouth. We write code and there's a whole custom backend you can make. Oh, for stream. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to learn the way. Because, yeah, I don't know how complicated stream advertisers. Honestly, didn't look too deep into it other than I'm like, I like this and I want to have some little avatars. But that's cool that you can really customize it. I feel like that's a good sign. I think my playlist kind of switched up. I'm on YouTube. YouTube's. We made it through the. Really? Did you tell me before, like, that you told me? I can't remember. You stream? Oh, we play a whole mini game. I know, well, like, because a mini game, I mean, that sounds fun. So you were thinking of making a mini game for stream avatars? And like, would you sell it? Can you do that? Because like, I think more mini games on stream avatars would be really fun. I like the basketball one. You know, Battle Royale is like, it's fun, but it's like, you know, there's nothing that you can do as the viewer. You just kind of watch your guy die most of the time. Okay, let's go to. I know. I'm gonna go back to Nintendo music. This one's got a little Kirby in a shark outfit. I kind of like that. I also have playlist to be a shark. Could be a shark. Right, that's fair. That's fair. You gotta work on it. Well, what's the game idea if you want to share? I think that sounds fun. I know a lot of people use like this like fishing on stream game. That could be fun. But like your stream avatar can fish. The angle on the spin is wrong. I'm just creating tangents out here. It is kind of challenging because I'm thinking about how this looks and drawing it at two different angles, and I've never thought that way about drawing something. But I think this is making sense so far, what I'm doing. I think we're getting something. Viewer interaction powered curses, actions, and a community goal / events that result in different actors. Oh! Wait, that sounds nice. Then it, like, works off of your stream goals, right? You could, like, if you hit a subscriber goal, things will happen. I think that's a good way to do it. I'm trying to think what minigame I would like. It's definitely a tricky thing to think about what is doable for a lot of people to be interacting with the stream as a game. I mean, words on stream is fun. I feel like I should try that sometime. But what I like about stream avatars is that it is customizable. And you, thinking about how I want to frame this. I feel like this way is what makes more sense, but for the vertical, like, postcard that I'm gonna do, having it angled is gonna fit better. But it's kind of cool. It's, I just need to, like, rank it, I think, so there's more room on this. Oh, streamer bot bait. You're thinking something like tug of war. Ooh, spamming lift. Oh, that sounds fun. No, that's a good idea. I like that. The reason why it looks better the other way is that water always wants to be level. Yeah, it's true. This is like drawing it when you're at your POV is at an angle. Yeah, tilt in the photo. Tug of war is definitely a good one. Thinking like maybe this other leg needs to do something else. So if I think about how his body is, if it's like actually under the water, it's probably like that's him. Him as a triangle. Yeah, I don't know if this is making sense. I might have to do like two sketches to make it make sense. That's my struggle. That is really cool though. That so you're like interested in stream avatars as like a viewer plus you like coding? Is that kind of what where your interest stems from? Oh, no worries. Enjoy your photography prepping. Water is definitely a good idea. You're the one who was giving me advice on photography and macro lenses, right? You had to do bug photos? I was let me, yeah. Yeah. That sounds really fun. Let me just look. Roll into the back. Oh, wait. Remote. Wait, hey, I'll check your message later. I just see. Okay. Yeah, macro dude. Nice. Nice. Okay, this looks kind of funny. I don't mind his kind of weird stance. Yeah. Ow. fin could like go lower, or maybe like closer to the camera. Oh, let's just do bug music. We need the bug music. But I think like part of where this doesn't make sense, like the reflection up here, I have the fin all the way up there, but if we line it up with where I'm actually imagining the body of this thing, the fin would stick up here. So this isn't adding up. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me because, like, if I imagine if this guy had a fin here, how would that even look? 'Cause it would be over here. It would probably look disjointed. Confusing. Just so confusing. I don't even know what we're doing. It is kind of fun though because it makes him look like he's got like 4 fins. I don't know if I want to try like redoing the sketch or maybe looking at more photos of four-eyed fish. Because four-eyed fish, all the pictures of four-eyed fish are going to be pretty good on like the animals sitting at the surface of a water kind of thing. Oh hey, Mom. Thank you, thank you. This is the I don't know if you saw the stream or not because it was a while ago when we played this game, Exquisite Biome. But that's where this creature is from. We got a list of prompts through playing the game, and now I'm working on the postcard print for my mail club, and then we'll be doing the cursor later. That'll be crazy. Not later today, but later, maybe probably next week, honestly, because we're almost at the end of June. I gotta be doing these things. But the felted commissions took me longer than I thought, and so it kind of set me back a little bit here. But we're making it. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to do less commissions so that I can focus more on my shop and my mail club because I feel like those two things are what's really exciting me. I love doing the needle felted shark commissions. But you know, I feel like I did another batch of them. I could take a break again and then I'll come back to them again later. But I also really want to felt a creature, so I'm like, this is where I get pulled in so many directions because it's like all the things I want to do, they take a long time, and I'm like, okay, how do I choose which one? But definitely the mail club and my shop are priorities because like I feel like commissions are really nice. Like when I charge, price myself well for them, it's very doable. But I feel like for me, I like to be able to share my art with people. So like the shop and like things that I put in the shop is the way that I can share the most. Most of my art, it's more accessible. You can buy. So like what I really want to do is a little epaulet shark plushie. And I'm thinking I start with epaulet shark plushie keychain. That's gonna be my next endeavor. I want to do more enamel like camp cups because it's camping season. They're gone camping, and he went. We went to Menards, and he I didn't even see him pick us up, but we're checking out and I see he bought an enamel cup. I'm like, what the heck? I have these. I made enamel cups. And he's like, what? You did? He's like, I didn't realize those were enamel. I'm like, yes, sir, those are enamel. So now he's got a blank blue one. I mean, it's still nice. I do like enamel mugs because it works so perfect with my teapot and like pouring out some of the tea, like because the enamel mugs don't keep your liquid warm uh long like a regular ceramic mug, that's more insulating. And but I actually like that because I keep the tea warm in the teapot and then I let it cool off to a drinkable temperature. It cools off faster for me to be able to drink it, one cup at a time, and then I can just pour in more hot tea. It's a perfect system. We love the back view. Thank you. I do feel like it looks a lot better. My sketch looks more like it's got some anatomy going on in there. This one is like so challenging to do that it does look like not quite right. That's why I want to try again. Maybe we should try again right now. Maybe we should just like duplicate this, make it small so we can reference. This is gonna be maybe the rough sketch that I actually spent way more time on than a real rough sketch. And then we give it another go. Because I like that, like, this triangle of area is like you see the reflection of what is underneath the water. And then you have the head and then the body to the side. And he's like here, and then here's your water. I don't know if that's too crazy. It's a challenge, I'd say for sure. But we could see if I can make it work with like less of an angle of the water. And you're just seeing a lot of the surface out here. Maybe it'll help if I imagine the environment a little more. Because I wanted to see if I could even squeeze in other little ones in the background. Wait, Lesman, do you know this bug music? I know you listen to the other bug music playlist, but this one is called Music for Bugs. Full album is by Cammy Day. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hello, page. I kind of like the idea of like a little face peeking up here. I'm so bad at it. I just always do. I just draw the little faces and then I struggle when we get to the body. But I'm gonna try to maybe imagine first what the entire body looks like at the angle that this four-eyed fish is. Hello, spider guy. Welcome in. Happy Saturday, right? It's Saturday. Okay, I think what we can do is this is gonna be our pose for the guy. He's gonna be kind of triangular here, head here. I'm already making this too big. Head's going here. Gonna have ears above. I feel like this is kind of roughly the shape that I for the body, and then we can definitely do fins down like this. I'm trying to think more on the basic shapes before I do the details again, because that one just got really disjointed and not quite right. And I want to have nice shapes and fluid movement through here. It's tricky. It's tricky when I choose such a challenging angle and pose. Well, the pose actually isn't that challenging. It's the angle and the refraction. I feel like the arms like this make sense though, because like I think of like axolotls in the water, they're always just like this. They always just got their arms out. You're learning? Wait, what are you learning? Are you learning from me or something? Am I teaching you something? Dang. Wait, do you like to draw? Wait, I'm sorry, that was a bad question. I can't remember if you posted in the Discord and I already know you draw and I forgot. I apologize. I'll remember if I go back and see it for sure. We just bought a drawing tablet. Which one did you get? That's pretty exciting. But yeah, I mean, like, illustrating a challenge is always like balancing like the gesture, having nice shapes, and the perspective. Because, like, I feel like at this point, it's like if I do a simple pose, like side view, back view, just sitting, nothing crazy, like, nothing out there, you know? It's easier to get like appealing shapes. But if I'm trying to do like a lot of foreshortening or a weird angle or a combination, which is kind of going on here, then I have such a hard time getting a good gesture and appealing shapes. And I think like one of my favorite artists to look at who I feel like excels at doing really good shapes and interesting poses plus angles is dude, I think he's like TKKO. I don't know. He chose a hard to remember username. It's something with a T. TK something. I'll have to find it. Maybe I'll share his art in the Discord later. Because I'll be able to find it. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he has a couple videos on it, and he did a presentation, but it's just really, really good stuff. I want to like get those angles and vibes in what I've got going here. Yeah, swimming and flying is similar. This is swimming, so it's like that. The four-eyed fish I have here, except for instead of having four eyes, it's four ears. So he's got underwater set of ears, which are these like squishy cheek bits, which I imagine are like a beluga's head, you know? They got that squishiness so that they can get the vibrations in the water. That's my version. You can't fly. Me neither. Me neither. I wish, though. I want to do figure skating, and I want to make it feel like I'm flying. That's the goal. I want to be able to jump really good. I've been training my jump, my ankle strength. But it is swimming right at the water surface. You're gonna jump really good. Hey, Cole. You missed Dad earlier. And the color game. He played the color game. You want to see how he did? I don't know. Maybe he's still lurking here. You did. He was here. He's back. Okay, wait, let me pull up the color game. It's actually pretty impressive. Because there's red and green in here, and those are the ones that he did really good on. Well, this bluish, grayish bluish one you did good, but, you know, it was like you got the value right, and like the amount of saturation was close, but not quite the hue. Not quite. But it was close. It was close. But yeah, like 41, that's a good score. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed for sure. Yeah, it's real good. I'm not even playing it. Not even trying to. Oh yeah, Spider Guy. My dad is egg Yokio and he's colorblind, and so that's why it's so impressive that he did well. He's red green colorblind. You already know you're stuck. Well, wait, you're. I'm remembering now because you're the one who can do the sound one. But I'm seeing there's a color too. Color squared, actually. I'm just realizing. I don't know what color squared is. Oh, pop culture edition. I think they stole the game that someone else did for that, where it's like you you try to remember the color of a character's clothing and you pick it, or like Squidward's skin color and you try to color pick that. But that's kind of nice that they did it, their version of it, because then it's all in one place. Because I've been meaning to try that game. I do think I can simplify it. Oh wait, Cole, do you remember the guy who was really good at like perspective and stuff, and or not, like perspective and gesture, doing a unique pose and like pushing it? Because I know we talked about him before, and his name is like TKK. Oh, it's not TPPO, but it's like kind of tick tick or something. I don't even know. But he made a video on Pringling. I don't know if I sent you that video before or not. I can't remember his name, but this is making me think about his art because it's like a really challenging angle and pose I'm trying to do here with the water. So like this is the water surface right here. I'm trying to do the creature's right at it, sitting right along the surface. He's got his eyeball here, and and then you would see this is all the surface of the water. You would see the tail above, or little booty, whatever. The fins, and it all refracting up here. But then we needed to line up where the other fins stick out, which I think, oh, maybe something like this makes sense. This at least is feeling better in the gesture, because this is my first attempt, and it just doesn't feel quite right. I need to be loose with the gesture and think out the pose, and at least that one helped me figure out what I kind of wanted to do as a starting point for this sketch. But I'm trying to get something that works well. Because I think it would be a lot more interesting if I can figure out this pose and angle than like I like this sketch a lot, but it would be kind of boring for a postcard print. It's like it definitely would work. If I send a picture of a crack egg into my cat. Yes. I say yes you can. Oh yes, Thomas Chamberlain Keene. You're right. I was thinking of his username, which was T. Maybe that's where the T and the K comes. Oh, you know what? That's why I was thinking it was Tick. It's because his initials are TCK. So I think his username is like Tick Tick or something. But yes, Thomas Chamberlain Keane is exactly who I was thinking of. Yeah, you found it. Nicely done. I had a feeling you would remember. Well, now I remember his name better, I think, because I realized that it's his initials. Oh, Peter Hahn for exaggerated perspective. Wait, let me look at Peter Hahn. The name is definitely uh, too deep. Peter Hahn style. Yeah. Wait, he's got cute stuff. Oh wait, he does. Yeah, he does perspective stuff. Crazy. All right, let's see your cat, Bane. I'll pull it up into the pictures. Oh my god. Your cat. I'm guessing Suki's a girl. She looks grumpy. Or maybe like a little disgruntled or something. Alright, let's doodle it. Let's doodle it. Um, I'm just gonna make a new canvas in here and then I'll take it out later. Let's give her a nice blue sketch. That's what I'm thinking. I guess I'll just sketch the photo you sent. Because that's the easiest for me. We'll do. She is really cute though. She looks like she likes that little puddle. Do you have multiple cats, Bane, or just the one? Like a little grumpy, but also a little concerned. Like there's a little upturn in here. No, I actually should check if Nemiria wants outside. I hear her moving around downstairs. Okay, getting carried away here. I feel like I always just sketch with the circle just out of habit and not actually out of really using the circle in any fashion. Oh, she's coming up here. She's at my door. She probably does want outside. Aww. I'm the only one home. Usually Derek's here. But he's camping. But usually when it's just me, like when he's out working, he doesn't come up. Although he would already be back home from work by now. She probably needs to go outside. I'm giving your cat funny hairdo. Exaggerate your cat's hairdo. Give these little. I think it's these stripes too that make her look a little concerned. They're like little angled eyebrows. Okay, we're getting there. I gotta give her a little peats. Get these little peats in here. Low. The pizza and the loaf. Hello, Pete. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna give it like a light bit of shading on here. And then your cat will be complete. Was I sketching it really tiny that whole time? We just need to shade in a little bit of these gray areas. Maybe these eyeballs. No, maybe it's just because there's like not a lot of contrast. It looks better with the eyeballs white. I think I made your cat look like a little old lady. Right? Well, no, maybe we could make it the sketch darker so we could shade her eyes. There you go. There's your cat doodle. Stoop, stoop. She is an old lady. Oh, she looks sweet. Oh wow, wait. Oh yeah, I missed your chats. 12 to 13 years old. Wow. Oh yes, yes. Aw, tired, graceful old lady cat. That's so sweet. Oh, blue is your favorite color. Oh, nice. Maybe I should make it more blue. Even more blue power. Increase the power. I don't know. It's so hard to just like leave it because like I want to keep drawing to make it look better, but I gotta draw my creature. But I'm gonna check if Namiria wants outside. Let me just get rid of this circle that did nothing. Beautiful. There's your child. I will be right back. Knocked up over. Well, I'm back. I realized she was hungry for dinner. Like on the dot. She must have come up here right at 6. Crazy. Alright, back to this. I'll probably wrap up streaming soon though. But I kinda wanna see if I can figure out this sketch and make it look good. Oh wow, there's 3 crows in the yard. See, there's not 3. Okay. You're welcome, Bane. I will send you the sketch after I'm done streaming. You know what? There's another thing I wanted to do after streaming. Oh, never mind. It was just to check my message. I'll remember to do that. Make like the eye bigger. My problem is I shouldn't be looking at these details. It's just so much more fun and satisfying. Doing the details. I mean, I love the eyes, it's probably the best part. We need the axolotl stance in here. But also this fin looks really nice. But it doesn't really align with, like, the way this works. That's kind of what's stumping me. I could decide to have the legs not attached to the fins, though, and it would just work different. Let's see. Let's just conceptualize what that would look like. If it connected to the neck. I worked on my sea slug dragon, so I'm like, the gills are under here. Kind of better, isn't it? Because I don't really imagine the leg is controlling how the fin back here works. The playlist ended so fast. I really like this song, but it's like because the music video is so good. You can see it reflecting on my iPad. Let's play playlist to be a shark. I think that's kind of what we need right now. Okay, I just feel like a shark now. It's actually really good. Okay, there we go. Just navigating my mess of layers, and we're making it fun. Wait, here's the thing though. We need the cheek in here. That's actually kind of nice. Ooh, right? Have it deep down here. I actually really like this song. Let me find what it is in case anybody's curious. Short pink no samba. Isn't that nice? Yeah, this sketch definitely feels like it has more structure to it. Especially because I did give it more structure. It just exists. I think I need to revisit the little booty fin shape. Maybe it would be. I don't know if the water has a wave like this. Maybe. All right. Here's our story. This dude just dove in the water from the air, and so, or maybe it's the little dudes around him, right? His brethren dove into the water, and that's why it's rickety wiggly. And now he's just chilling on the surface. That's the extent of the story. You don't need much more to it. Simple story is how you do when you draw. I don't even know that that would really be conveyed in this, though. You wouldn't think about it, you know? It's not like you get. You would, I feel like if I wanted to make that the story of the illustration that you would understand from looking at it, is I would have. Shoom, shoom. The background is a couple dive bombing into the water. Or at least one. One in the water. Okay. Collecting my thoughts. One shooting down. Maybe there's one already in there. Just thinking about the composition. Too, studious with my compositions, but feel like feel like if I did more studies, we would be really crazy with it. I think what feels nice about this one is that I used a continuous line through both of these fins, and that's you could feel it. Yeah. Singing. Oh, cat. Welcome. We're making a little creature. I feel like I should catch everybody up because not everybody's been here from the beginning. This is a creature that I designed on stream. Maybe last month. Okay. I can't. I just needed the next song. Not a smooth transition. But anyway, the game's called Exquisite Biome. We use a deck of cards to get prompts for the environment and designing the creature all together. So we have lagoon or cove, warm and dry, partially or fully submerged, and early morning. Honestly, the early morning factor didn't really come too much into play in the design, I would say, but it's a prompt there. Anyway, there's going to be a bird or a fish, flyer or glider, strange gills or lungs, iconic ears, and is endemic. So, right, this guy, he glides and flies into the water, and then they stay at the surface, just like the four-eyed fish. If you don't know four-eyed fish, they're pretty cool. They got these little eyeballs that are kind of separated so that they can see both what's happening below and above the water. Yeah, keep an eye out for the predators. It's pretty cool. So this is the same idea. I stole it from the little four-eyed fish, but I did it with the ears instead of the eyeballs. So it's got like these little squishy cheeks that are like belugas' heads. And then it's got kind of bat ears. And yes, it's right at the surface of the water. So partially submerged, check. Check. We got that. And I can't forget, I wanted to have a little, like, there's some bats, a lot of them have like this funny flap in the front. I like the funny front flap. And I was thinking that he would have one because it would help him block out the water. Like, he could close the flap. And then, because I was thinking it's not that practical to have giant ears right at the surface of the water. So I'm thinking, at least this is a little more practical. Obviously, nothing has evolved like that on our planet, but it makes it a little more feasible. It's imaginative biology here, so we're going with it. Functions as like a cool looking thing and try to prevent some ear infections. Feels more like a fox. You know what I'm missing in this sketch is like I had more of this kind of shape to the head, more rounded out to the beak, which I like. So I want to do that. I want to make it have that. Like this one's definitely more bird-like because the beak comes to more of a point. Maybe you like this song. Okay, we need to think about the fin and how it looks on the surface of the water. And his little legs. Man, I've been procrastinating the little legs. I want to have two toes. This is just what I wanted for him. Maybe not like that. But like I doodled him with two toes. I kinda just attached to that idea. Two toes. That's all he needs is two. The sketch definitely feels better. I don't know if it's the best at showing off all of his cool features, so like I honestly might even go back to this for the postcard print, and then this would be like a sketch for like an additional dossier page that like talks about what they do. What they be doing out in the water. Their way of life. Wait, if this is the body, I don't think this is right. Okay, his neck is coming up through here, and that's where the gills are. Beautiful. And then, His legs are somewhere in here. So a little axolotl leg. Something like in. This doesn't look right. But I feel like he needs legs. He looked weird without legs. He needs a little leg. Wait, maybe we should look at yeah, I was thinking about dogfish. Wait, we were supposed to play a color game. Did I miss the ad? I think I missed. We played one color game. It's been 4 hours. Wait, no, we played 2 color games. I think we missed a color game. I'm gonna host one if anybody wants to join. Because we missed one. Maybe we'll try the color squared one. Let's try it. Color squared. This one, for some reason, is at a different point in the screen. We'll do easy. I've never done this one. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna give you guys the link if you wanna play. Oh, I started playing. Hang on. There we go. Oh, Patrick's tan. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Wait, I think they're blue. No, they're like purple. They're purple. Yeah, this is right. Cartoons, they'd be pretty saturated. There we go. Let's go with that. Oh, okay, it was darker and color purple. The Target logo. This is like a pretty much red. Oh, wow. Okay, I went too warm of a red. Saturation. Wow. Wait, what are these? Is this just called cat dog, right? I don't know them too well. It's like this. Okay, my music feels really loud. Oops, sorry. Oops. Okay. Let's go with that. No way. I get the closest score on the characters I don't know very well. I've seen maybe one episode. Am I crazy or does that already feel exactly right? It's probably all the way up in brightness. Oh, I think I needed to turn up the brightness because I knew this was white. Confusing. I definitely like the other color game, but this one is fun. Try. I'm just gonna send it. Okay. Well, 41. That'll be there. If anybody else wants to play, I'll pull it back up. Man, I feel like I just really liked the first song. Oh, we got Cole's up in here. See, Cole, I was thinking maybe Patrick was blue too. That was my first thought. And then I was like, wait, I think it's purple. Well, your Target was really good. That was a really good Target. And your Ren and Stimpy. Not Ren and Stimpy. Shoot. Cat dog, right? Cat dog. Yeah, this one was weird that it even colored the middle part. That's what was strange. Honestly, I didn't even do anything to my Mario, and he was already. I just shifted the hue and bam. Well, that was fun to try. Let me try another playlist. This one's fine. Chill, chill background music because we're gonna be wrapping this up. Cause I should like make myself some dinner, probably. It's probably like a reasonable decision to make for myself, you know? Like, good job, Bims. Bims is eating dinner. Namiria ate dinner. Maybe Ben comes out from here. That doesn't feel right. Like maybe it needs some more length in here. I mean, at least the shape looks better. I feel like maybe that's all you need in life. Oh, Tio, they added a new version. Yeah, they did. Did you try it? The cartoon characters, or did you watch me do it? Thank you. I know I'm feeling better about this pose. The water level is a little more level. I incorporated the story into it, so I'm like, okay, we'll have dudes in the background of this same creature diving in. And then but yeah, this is my first attempt and I'm like, it's not feeling right. Although he's still missing his little foot. I kind of forgot. Maybe we'll add his foot and then I think I'm gonna find someone to raid. Because wouldn't that be wonderful? The leg. I think a good gesture for the leg is just throwing me off. I decided on like little axolotl legs because they just like to sit in the water with their legs just hanging out. Yeah, well, thanks for lurking, Batch. I'm gonna do the legs first though, and then I'll find someone to trade. Someone to trade. He needs his little axolotl toes, but just two toes. That's all I'm allowing him to have. It just none of this is looking right though. I don't know. Maybe I just need to revisit it another day. Because like this looks right, but it also feels like he's supposed to have legs. Because like when he's on land, this makes sense. These little dudes are what allow him to crawl up into the trees and then glide down. That's the logistics. He does need the legs. I'm trying to think. This is where they would attach on the body. One would come out this way. Maybe it'd be like this. And then I don't know. Maybe I just need to figure out the anatomy of the feet, and that's kind of why it's looking wrong. Like the two toes look nice in doodle, but in practicality, why has he got just two toes, huh? Make him look silly? Probably. Yeah, it doesn't look right. Less toes, stronger individual toes. All right, I like the reasoning. He's got really muscular, tiny toes. Maybe they're kind of claw-like. Because you know what? If you think about bats, they claw with just one claw. Maybe he's got two claw toes. You know, like, because two-toed sloth is a thing. Hmm. Maybe that's all you need of that. I wouldn't see this part. Okay. Yeah. Oh, low battery. I guess that is aligning with me being pretty close to done now. All right. Like, I'll revisit the feats, but I feel like that's at least a good rough idea of, because like the arm would be something like this under the wing. Kind of a thin arm. I think I would make it chunkier. You like cat claws? Yeah, I could have retractable. Oh! Oh yeah, I didn't realize there was a hint. Let's see. Let's look back at the color game then. Oh wait, we got a bunch of people who played. Okay, hang on. Let's check it out. Shakala? Thank you for the follow. Here's a color game. I didn't think that Hannah would like this color game. Uh-oh, Cole. You got booted down to the bottom. Wait, Hannah's the winner. Dang. Wait, Hannah did so good on Patrick's pant. Oh, I see. She used the genie. Oh, I see. Yeah? Yeah, let's, okay, let's see. I just was notified of pizza, so that's kind of perfect. Get to eat pizza. Um, Middle of the road. Theo, you did good. You got really good on Patrick. Okay, if we consider Hannah got a genie wish. I didn't use any genie bottles. I didn't really look what that was. So we'll have to revisit and discover. But these are good. Really good on Startle. Well, nothing. That's when we got a lot of peeps to try out that one. Do you guys like that game better? It's kind of more approachable, probably, for, non-artist. It's more of like, how well do you remember the character's colors? Which is nice. Okay, I'm remembering. I was just gonna find someone to rate anyway. But this is feeling way better. I'm happy with this as a good stopping point. And now we just need to discover who to raid. Let's discover. We must. We could do. Oh, maybe a blue Skittle. We should go to blue. You want to go to Purple Martin Conservation? We can definitely do that. Because the Nest Cam is back. Wait, let me take a peek at what's going on in Purple Martins right now. Oh no, I think that's a good idea. I do. You gotta really. The camera looks so good. It looks like there are pre-roll ads on for Purple Martin Conservation, but if you stay, you support the Purple Martins. Who doesn't love that? And if you don't know, My typing took all my brain power. Did I read the right? Type it good. Invalid username. Grade. Purple. Button. Oh yeah, I mistyped conservation. Alright, that looks right. Okay, if you don't know purple martins, they're a type of bird that relies on man-made nests for them. I don't remember the reasoning why. I'm sure on the channel you could discover that. But they help to, conserve the species, put up the nest boxes they need. They're really cool birds, and you can watch their cute little nest. And yeah, if you just leave the stream up, it'll support purple martins. So who doesn't love that? Nobody. Thanks for the recommendation. You too, you too. All right, adios, everybody.